going to put the name of it in the chat as well, is our auto create vol-centric group. And this is a huge property. And I say that it's a huge property because by default, it's true. But this is what allows you in terms of management. It creates a vulnerability group when a vulnerable item is created. So when we get into talk about how the system is creating those vulnerable items, we don't want to just have millions of vulnerable items out there and we're trying to navigate how do we remediate each of these. So we now are putting them into groups for easier remediation. This property is what allows that to actually take place. And then I would say just kind of breeze through some of these other ones. The ones that we have in the text are listed here as well. Workflows. So in the platform, if you navigate to security workflows, they're listed under the security operations application. You are going to scroll all the way down to the bottom and see vulnerability response. We have 3. And I want to say the ones you really want to pay attention to is going to be your vulnerability response scan vulnerability workflow. This one is going to create a record for a vulnerability or a group of vulnerabilities from where it came from. Then your one that's the last one right here that says vulnerable item state approval. This one is the one that works in conjunction with that property on that last page. That's going to take your approvals to change that vulnerable item state to a terminal state. And in this class, we actually talk about more Flow Designer than workflows. In the SecOps Fundamentals class, it talks a lot about security workflows. What are the ones that come baseline? We actually have a lab in this class that works with Flow Designer as well. So as I mentioned before, you have the ability to work with other parts of the platform to get more value. So you would see that you could work with GRC here to keep track of your vulnerability response activities in terms of compliance. You have your SIM, so from the security side of things, could trigger a security incident for further analysis. We could use threat intelligence. Other parts of the platform, say for orchestration, I can use that to fix an issue, or you could use things like performance analytics to see a trend. You can use service mapping to keep up with pieces that support a business service. So as we work through, you're going to see all the different parts of the platform that it's connected to, and it's like, oh, okay, I can see how there's that relationship. All right, second lab, and this is actually the last lab of this module. So in this lab, you are going to actually have an opportunity to work with update sets and scopes. So what you're going to notice is as you're getting ready to do the labs, some of the things that you're going to do in the labs are things that I've already demoed or kind of gone through or shown you. I don't do the labs for you, nor do I do them with you. I just want to make sure sometimes there's that misconception. But in this lab, you are going to explore the vulnerability response application. So you're going to do things like sys metadata, using your .config to see the configurations of it. And then you're also going to identify key components of interest in the application that are necessary for you to do an implementation. So we can go ahead and get started on this now and then go into lunch. If anyone wants to break for lunch now because you're just like tired, this has been a lot of information, and then come back and do the lab, it's totally up to you. So I am going to be here for the first lab. I am going to be here to support you first for your lab, and then I'm going to move on to lunch. Does anyone have any questions? This is on page 47 in your text. Go ahead and put NQ in the chat so I can know that you're live and you have no questions. NQ in the chat. All right, so I see Chris and Michael. All right, nice. I see them rolling in. All right, so nope. All right, so this is what we're working on. I'm going to put an hour and a half on the clock, and I'll see you back here shortly. Excuse me. Let me go ahead and pause my notifications and move us into module number 2. So in module number 2, this is where we're going to talk about getting data into the platform, and we're able to do that with one of the labs that we're actually going to do. So we're going to talk about a little bit more what are vulnerabilities. We've been using the term. And you're probably saying, okay, I can kind of make sense of what this is, but what is basically your textbook definition between vulnerabilities, vulnerable items, your scanners, and then integration within the CMDB reconciliation. Within this module, we have 2 labs. I want to say one is kind of short, one's a little bit longer, but they should be able to kind of give you a basic understanding of getting data into the platform. So as we get into this, you are going to want to have some conversations. So we should see a few more slides throughout the class that look like this. And what these slides are think of them as pointers. What are some of the things that we want to make sure that we have conversations around in our workshops before we actually do our implementation? So you want to identify what are some of the tools that you're currently using, what tools that you can use to integrate, what databases, what's your current scan schedule. Is it something that I'm going to go ahead and change? And then our vulnerability imports, are they going to be limited by anything? We also have this concept of tech talks, and what it is another way for us to be just a little bit more interactive. And it's if you had specific experience with something or a gotcha that we just want you to go ahead and share with us. You don't necessarily have to share information about your organization or anything, but if you've worked with a particular tool and you know that that tool, I want to say, could be a pain in the butt to configure certain things that you want to share what those are with us, we're definitely open to hearing your feedback. So vulnerabilities and vulnerable items, I would say go ahead and bookmark this page. And bookmark this page because now you're able to see that where this vulnerability information is coming from. So whether it's coming from the NVD or another organization. But you're also able to see that it's not until you compare those vulnerabilities with the CMDB or software information and we'll see with when we talk about software asset management a little bit later, how we can have that information used in conjunction, but how our vulnerable items are created. So when we actually go into the platform and let's go in our favorites, let's go in our vulnerable items. Let's use this. Let me see if this is going to give me what I'm looking for. I want to be able to share specific things with you. Come on. Why is it not loading? All right, there we go. All right, I think this is going to give me what I want. All right, so within our single system of record, we talked about earlier that there's specific fields that you are going to determine what you want on your form. Within that, one of the fields that you want to pay attention to is the vulnerability field. And in this particular case, we have our CVE. And within our CVE record, I'm going to open it up so we can see all of the details. We have all of this information about this particular CVE. Anyone have any idea where this information comes from?
NVD
It
or
comes from the,
third-party library?
yes, it comes from the NVD. So in the top left-hand corner, if for some reason you forgot, it's going to tell you that this information lives on the National Vulnerability Database entry table. You want to make sure that you know the relationship between these two, where they live, and the actual table name. And within that, because we have an integration with the NVD, we're able to see that information here. I don't no longer have to go out to their website and actually do that. We've actually made some improvements as well, where instead of me having to copy and paste, and let's do a search, and I can type in information, it's going to tell me exactly 8283. There we go. It's going to give me all of the details about this CVE. So because of this integration, and we've changed the way how we've done this integration as well. So if you've used vulnerability response before, in regards to that integration, you'll see how some things have changed a little bit. But instead of me having to come here and manually type this information, this is where the automation kind of comes into play. So now I have all of the details about the CVE. What I also am able to make reference in a relationship to here is my CWE entry. So if I open up this record, it's going to give me all of the details about that. So your CWE could be multiple different things. It could be user interface errors. It could be authentication errors. So now, because we have an integration with them as well, and these two, they actually come baseline within the platform, you are able to see all of the details. I actually can use this URL and it's going to take me directly to that site, and I'm able to drill down and find the information. So this one is out of bounds, right? And it's going to give me details and tell me the different types of relationships, so I can see that this is part of the memory buffer errors. So it's going to basically give you those, and then now I'm able to use this information and I'm able to relate this weakness back to the platform. I'm able to have a better idea of the exposure of this particular CWE, and also here in the platform, how it relates to the CVE. Now within the CVE, I have my common vulnerability scoring system, and within that now I am able to use this in conjunction for either sometimes my severity or criticality. When I scroll down into my CVE entry, I'm also able to see all of the vulnerable items that are associated. So you could have multiple vulnerable items in the platform that are associated with the same CVE. So if I look into my ID column, you're going to see that they're all going to go ahead and have the same relationship here as well. All right. Let's see what else. Go ahead and bookmark this page. This is a big one. So what you need to know as you study for the exam is the differences between IVR and AVR. You also need to know this information in terms of implementation. So when you're working with the tables, what's the difference between these two different tables? So when we work within IVR, AVR, we have some things that are same, but then some things are different. So both of them are going to have third-party modules, but what I want you to make note of is their table names are different. So one is off of the third-party entry table, and the other one is off of the application vulnerability entry table. And they just house different things. So if we go back in and I go into libraries, You can see here at the top, I have libraries for my application vulnerability response. And then for infrastructure vulnerability response, I also have those same library components here. The information from my NVD and my CWE is going to be the same. So if we open them up for each, it's the same information because it's pulling that information from the same exact places. The difference comes here within your third party. So for infrastructure vulnerability response, in my third party, this is where I'm going to have that information from whatever scanner. In this particular case, we have some demo data where we've loaded some tenable entries. So if I went into this tenable entry, you would see the tenable is the source. It's going to give you some of the same information in terms of severity, exploit exists, all of the information that it pulls from the scanner. And then it also is going to relate it back to the CVE because we have that relationship behind the scenes that's going to correlate that information. Once we do our integration with Qualys, you're going to see that this particular table is going to be full of QIDs. For application vulnerability response, we have all of our application vulnerability entries, which are part of Veracode. So they relate to a CWE instead of a CVE because we're looking at software vulnerabilities on a custom software. So remember, your CWEs are going to be a list of community developed software weakness types. At this current moment, Veracode is the only application that we have a baseline integration with for, and we'll talk about DAST and SAST and what that is a little bit later, and which ones we have coming down the pipeline as well. So our CWE integration, we're able to see that we have all of this information that's already populated. We were able to see the information where it lives underneath the libraries, but how is all of this even possible? So if I go into my integration, gotta spell it correctly, integration configurations, underneath the security operations application, come on, sorry, it's gonna be underneath vulnerability response. All right, so under vulnerability response administration, I have my integration. So this is where I have my CWE integration. And if I needed to make any edits, I would go ahead and change my scope. But all of this information, all of the scripting, the integration details, they already come there for you. So it's already built into the system. What you need to sit down and have a conversation around is really this. One, we want to make sure that it's active because we want to go ahead and pull in that information. And two, how often do we want to go ahead and run this integration? Do you want to go ahead and do it on demand where it's going to refresh that information? Do I want to run it weekly, monthly? You just make that change based on the needs of your organization. Then we have our CVE form. So we know within the CVE, this is where we're able to get. So previously, baseline, it would already be listed here, just like this one. So now it works a little bit different. So what I would need to do is go into my plugins. So there's no more like NVD auto update, on-demand update. Those functions have been removed. We don't have to go out to the NIST website and go ahead and get their feed and keep up to date with the versions of their feed to bring in that information. Now we're going out to the store and you are going to install the vulnerability response integration with the NVD. Once I've installed that, that's where it's now going to appear in my vulnerability integrations. And I have my NIST integration that I'm able to leverage. And as you can see, The scope coincides with that plugin name that we just actually saw. And all of the technical components are already done. So now, again, I would just need to figure out what's going to be the schedule that I want to go ahead and have it populate this data. So my vulnerable item form, I would say go ahead and bookmark this page as well, because it has a huge part. One, it tells me my actual table name, which I need to know. But two, it also tells me this. My vulnerable items, they don't extend from the task table versus my vulnerability groups do. What I also want you to make note of here is when we go back into our vulnerable items, a vulnerability item can belong to more than one vulnerability group. So we haven't saved groups yet, so let's do this. So this vulnerable item belongs to vulnerability group ending in 4460. We see the prefix VUL. And I'm going to open up this record. Let's see if this is a good one. It's closed and it only has one vulnerable item. Womp womp. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go favorite some vulnerability groups so we can use them. All right, so I have my vulnerability groups that are active. And now let's see if this vulnerability group has more than one vulnerable item. Yay! All right. So here's that part that I was talking about where my vulnerability group can have more than one vulnerable item. So as you can see, there are 13 vulnerable items here. And what I also want you to make note of here, and we'll talk about this a little bit more, is the states. So you can see one vulnerable item is closed, one is deferred. Let's see if we have any that's opened. No, but the state of this is awaiting implementation. That means that all of the vulnerable items that are part of this particular vulnerability group are already in the process of being remediated, or they've been remediated or particularly deferred in this particular case. All right, my vulnerability group, go ahead and bookmark this page as well. So you want to know the actual table name. This one extends from the task table. What that also means for me is that I could create SLAs off of my vulnerability group. I cannot create an SLA off of my vulnerable item because it does not extend from the task table. So a few things about this is I can create change requests, my vulnerability groups can be split, and these are all things that are part of the remediation process. But within my vulnerability group, as we talked about the relationship between vulnerable items and vulnerability groups, you remember that property that I mentioned earlier, that auto create vul-centric group? Remember, when that is set to true, which is the default, each vulnerability entry with a vulnerable item creates a vulnerability group that is associated with it. Now, you would need to determine, well, what do those groups look like? How am I going to do the grouping? Am I going to do it based on a particular vulnerability? Am I going to do it based on vulnerable items or a filter group? And we actually have a module that will walk us through how we can actually do that grouping. All right, our item roll-up. So I want to say go ahead and just make note of this particular script include. So my roll-up calculator util. And how this works is when we talked about roll-up calculators. If you notice, my vulnerability group has a risk score and a risk rating. But I have, when I scroll down, I have all of these vulnerable items and they have their own risk rating and risk score, and they could be different. In this particular case, they're the same, womp womp, but sometimes they're different. So how is it that we're able to get this risk rating and risk score for this group? And it's through our roll-up calculators. So underneath the vulnerability response application, I have my vulnerability roll-up calculator. So what this does is it allows me to get a risk score for this group. And it's saying, all right, based on that, this is how we're coming up with this information. It is 3 components of weight. And I think that slide has that like a little bit small, but I would make note of it or just bookmark that page. It's going to be things like your maximum risk score. So it's looking at the maximum risk score for that group. What's the average risk score? And then the count of vulnerable items in that group. And using the weights, that's how it's going to do its calculation breakdown. That process works exactly the same way as well for your vulnerability entry group. All right, first lab of this module. So as we prepare to do our full Qualys integration, you are going to work with the NVD integration. So you're going to practice what that looks like, what are some of the components that I want to be familiar with as I go through this lab. And it should take everyone about 20 minutes to complete. Does anyone have any questions for me before we get started? All right, so I am going to put 20 minutes up on the clock. And I will see everyone back here shortly. And you also have the ability to go ahead and have a change, and that change can be coordinated using the change management process that we have built in that you can leverage right away. So I would say go ahead and bookmark this page because it's going to identify for you the actual SQL table name for the application vulnerability table. This is a big misconception here. It does not extend or relate to a vulnerable item table. Their concepts are similar, so people feel, oh, they're related to each other. No, they're not. And there are no vulnerability groups. So if I were to open an AVIT and I scroll down, let's go ahead and do that so you can see. So let's go into my favorites and let's open one up. You're going to see that it's not going to relate to a vulnerability group. And I also am able to see the location. I can go ahead and do a drill down from there. When I type in my application vulnerability response, you are going to see that it's going to talk about the dashboard. I have, let's use this. Where's my mouse? I have all of my IVIT information. Then I have the admin things like the rules and the calculators that we just talked about. Remediation target rules also apply here. And our normalized severity map for the Veracode back into the platform. And then we also have the libraries that we talked about earlier. And that is really the basis of our application vulnerability response. So our scanned application configuration. So during the initial implementation, and I think we have some slides coming up that will show those as well. What you're able to see is an import of custom applications. And the one that we are using is going to be our Veracode. After these are set up by Veracode, then you would just need to kind of update these records to kind of just assist with the overall process. And this is a schema map. Is everyone familiar with schema maps? Yes, knows? And where to find them in the platform on a whole? I think one of your labs talked about schema maps, so everyone should be familiar. All right, great. So this is more, I want to say, just showing you how all of the tables, what are the table names, and also how they're related to each other. So for our custom integration, I want to say this other slide is helpful if you needed to build an integration for application vulnerability response with a tool that we haven't built yet, this is how it happens. And we should have had a slide. I think it's going to pop up. But the slide is going to, eventually we can get there. I could probably talk about it now. Hold on. Let me see. It should be in this module. All right. So I'm kind of hopping around, but that's okay. So this is basically talking about our actual integration. It gives us a breakdown of how this integration works. So it's actually a two-step process. So it's going to go ahead and populate it. If I went into, let's go integrations. So under the Veracode vulnerability integration, of course, we're going to go into the store. We're going to download the plugin, but this is the two different parts that we have to it. Under integrations, and then we also have configuration. So in your slide, it's going to say, all right, go ahead and install the plugin, apply the APR key. Once you've applied the APR key, you can go ahead and you're going to run the Veracode application list integration, which is going to give you this information that you see here. So by default, this one's going to be active is true. I guess I can change my scope. Right, it's going to work kind of like some of the other integrations that we talked about. So here, I'm going to go ahead and identify what are the parameters that I want to go ahead and run this. And the other two integrations that we saw as well will populate with also information that's found from Veracode as well. Once we are finished with these, and then that's when you would activate the other two parts. It's kind of like a two-step process. You would want to complete step number 1 first to make sure that you're pulling in the information that you want it to be that way. So where is the Veracode site for checking vulnerable items? Are you talking about their actual website, Tanya? Like how we do?
Yes, I was.
So they don't have a website like how the CWE and the NVD do. So what they do, they work, think of them like a scanner, how we have Qualys. Qualys isn't going to have a website, but they're going to relate all of their information back to the NVD. So Veracode works the same exact way, where once I've installed, I've done my configuration, put in my API key, I've done my integration. With that process, when we have it, it's going to now relate that information back into, hold on. What am I looking for to show you? Let's go in libraries. That's where I want it. So under application vulnerability response, this is where you're able to see the actual Veracode number and the CWE that it's connected to. And it's going to just give you the CWE that it's related to. It's not necessarily a particular website, but you can see that it correlates their information to the CWE. Does that help a little bit more?
Yeah, I was just wondering, in order to, when it's being tested, to verify that what's being pulled into ServiceNow correlates with the third-party information.
So that's where this slide would come into play. So you are going to complete these tasks. Once you have, so it's a two-part process, right? I would say the first thing I would want to do is go into vulnerability response and go into my integrations. Make sure that I have my CWE integration up and running and I have that information pulling. The Veracode application itself, this tool, it already has this relationship with the CWE. So for example, when we get ready to work within Qualys, you're going to see that Qualys already has a relationship with the NVD to go ahead and correlate that information with the CVE. That same relationship is already here in place. So once you've done that CWE, you've populated that table, and you've installed your integration with Veracode, you want to make sure that active is true. Let's go here. You want to make sure that you come in here. All of this information is correct. There are no technical components that you need to do at this point. Once it's activated, that's where the magic is going to start to happen. So as you can see, there's no specific website that you go to. Same thing with like Tenable or Rapid7. It works in the same concept like a scanner. So it's plugin based. Yes. Did I explain it thorough enough for you?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Where's my slide? Okay, so integrating with other scanner sources. These are the ones that you're going to hear me use often. These are not the ones that are only available in terms of scanner. These are just, I want to say, the most popular ones. And when we work with these, I want to say off the bat, we have an internal integration with Qualys and Tenable. Rapid7 hopefully is going to end up on our mind map sometime soon. But this is where we're able to take the information that we have from the NVD and our CMDB with our CIs, and we're able to generate these vulnerable items. Now, we also have our scanners. So what we're going to do now is I'll kind of walk you through the process that you're going to do when you are about to complete your lab in terms of putting in the plugin. I want to say go ahead and bookmark this page, because this page is going to identify for you what are some of the things that I'm going to get when I install this plugin. So the beauty of it is it communicates with the CMDB and it updates any item that's found during that scan. And at the same time, if a CI is added in the CMDB, it also updates that information in Qualys through the application as well. So in that case, when you look at it, it's kind of like, oh, that could be a win-win situation. So first I am going to go into Setup Assistant. Everybody familiar with what Setup Assistant is, how it works? Green checks yes, red X says no. How do we feel about Setup Assistant? All right, so Setup Assistant, I want to say it could be your best friend, especially if you're trying to do a streamlined implementation. Because here in the platform, it's going to highlight for you, think of it as a checklist, another checklist, perfect. It's going to track your progress in the top right-hand corner. And then it's going to tell you the roles and the tasks that you need to complete. So in this particular case, I know that the role that I need for this is going to be my sysadmin. And then here I am able to see that the sysadmin is the person that's going to install the vulnerability response application. And they are going to initially create some sort of vulnerability response group and assign some roles to that group. Then the vulnerability admin is going to be the person that's going to take over, and they are going to complete these tasks. And as you complete tasks such as creating your assignment rules, your group rules, your risk calculators, remediation target rules, these are all of the things that I need to configure in order for me to be successful. It is also going to track for me my progress here. So I've completed 1 out of 4 of these tasks in terms of settings. Then after I'm finished with that, I can come into my integration configuration, also done by the vulnerability admin. And this is where I can go to do my scanner integrations. The same concept in terms of Setup Assistant works same exact way in the platform for security incident as well. And I want to say there's actually more tasks and checklists in security than there is for vulnerability. But in this case, we're going to navigate to scanner integrations. And I want to say we already have some demo data stuff loaded in here for us just to make it easier, but we do already have Qualys and Tenable integration configurations that are currently supported and just there for you to be able to leverage. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and we're going to edit. And my username and my password is, and you're going to have that information in your text as well. So I'm putting in my account credentials. Saving. All right, and now I am in my knowledge base configuration. So the Qualys knowledge base integration, what it's going to do here is it's going to call the Qualys base AP to import the Qualys vulnerability entries. So when we go into libraries, once we're finished with this and we see our QIDs, that process is configured here. So it's going to make that API call to go ahead and retrieve those new entries from that Qualys KB. So in this case, I'm not going to make any changes here. This works for me. I am going to execute now. So now I'm telling the system, all right, I want you to go ahead and start to pull in that data. At that same time, it's also cross-referencing with the NVD, so to ensure that the NVD has been imported before actually executing this as well. Then let's move into our next section. I have my host detection configuration. And this one creates and updates your vulnerable items and detections in the platform. Process works very similar. It's going to call, in this particular case, my Qualys host list detection API because it wants to go ahead and import the information. When it does that, it's now going to take a look at my vulnerable item and it's going to create or update any of that information. I have some settings that I can go ahead and I can make changes to here. So I could change some of my severity levels. I can go ahead and change what I want my start date to be. This is just depending on like your import timing. You also have an option for fixed vulnerabilities and asset tags. In my CI lookup rules. Now, these we're going to talk a little bit more about in detail, but these are all of the options that I have that are going to come baseline within the platform. Here we're saying, yep, I want to go ahead and use field mapping or field matching for my Qualys host ID. So that's the process that I want to go ahead and use. I'm going to go ahead and execute now so I can go ahead and start importing my host detection. And then I also could work on my schedule as well. So how often do I want Qualys to go ahead and correlate this information or check this information? Once I'm done, I want to go ahead and select finish. Just depending on how fast the platform works or not. Let's go in libraries and see if it starts to populate anything yet. So under the infrastructure vulnerability response application, IVR, and my third parties, nothing yet. Okay. So hopefully as we give it a little bit more time, we'll come back here. We should be able to see something soon. Once we are able to see that, it's going to look very similar to this, but it's going to identify my source as Qualys for my particular QIDs. And we talked about this slide. Oh, and this is actually lab time. So in this lab, you are going to do some of the same things that you saw me do, but you are also going to work with a script. So in knowledge, so under the self-service application, we have knowledge. And come on. You have vulnerability response implementation, and you have your script for this lab, and you should be able to copy and paste from here because you cannot copy and paste from in your textbook. for you to be able to complete that. So in this lab, you are going to explore your integrations in the platform, review the steps to activate it. So some of the same things that you saw me do. You're going to configure the credentials, and then you're going to execute that data, and then you're going to configure the scanner with the plugin, and you're going to see the magic of how it all comes together and how non-technical, I could say, it could be. So I'm going to go ahead and put 35 minutes up on the clock. By the time we're finished with this, it'll also be time for a lab, so I'll go ahead and tack that to the end of this. Does anyone have any questions before we get started? All right, in your text, it's also going to tell you how to be able to access the knowledge base as well. All right, good luck, everyone. All right, there are those QID entries. They are starting to roll right in. As you see, I'm now in vulnerability response libraries, third party. They are rolling in, no more just Tenable alone. For our Qualys host ID, you're also able to see the one for the FQDN, which is going to look for our domain name. And it works kind of like a either or process in a sense where you could say, all right, I want to go ahead and either use the information where it's going to go ahead and go into my unmatched CIs. Another part of this as well is taking a look at the script include that comes baseline. So if I go into script includes as system definition, and I do a search for Qualys util. All right. I'm not changing the scope because I'm not changing anything here. But this is the behind the scenes magic here. And within this, it's saying, all right, this script is going through the system. If you read through it, and it's telling it, I want you to verify if a CI already has a Qualys ID, which is going to be your QID function here. And if it doesn't, then a new CI is created within Qualys, and that information is sent to the platform to update the CMDB. So that's where that discovered items kind of comes into place. And now we're able to identify whether it's based off of the vulnerability response system. And then you could also reclassify it into the correct CI class. Software exposure. Has anyone heard of software exposure? Familiar with it? Yes, no's. Okay, so I see some no's. Any yeses? No yeses. All right, so we're all gonna get introduced to something new. So underneath vulnerability response, vulnerability scanning, we have exposure assessment. And within exposure assessment, software exposure, the two terms are used interchangeably. So what it does is you have your software asset management application. I don't know if you remember someone saying, hey, when I go ahead and do a scan of my environment, it takes like about 5 days for me to complete. Depending on the size of your network, it could actually take longer. So in this slide, it's talking about this situation. You have a new high-risk vulnerability in the news that's being exploited. So your team now goes into firefighting mode. With this particular organization, it actually takes 3 to 4 weeks to scan their entire network. That's too long if something is really out there. So if you have vulnerability response, good thing, we can use SAM, which is our software asset management application, to actually be able to find those vulnerable systems and address the risk as soon as possible. So this slide is just going over another scenario as well that you can see. So you have an issue, you need to go ahead and do some remediation tasks, right? Wherever software is installed. But here's the problem, the scanners think that they're fixed. And we want to be able to figure out, well, what's a solution to this? So with vulnerability response and software asset management, also known as SAM, by the way, so I'll use that term, it's going to provide you ability to just find those vulnerable items in your system. Unfortunately, our demo data is like not the best when it comes to this, but this slide is just highlighting how the two of them work together. When we go into our exposure assessment, it is going to identify for you your publisher, your product, your version, your edition, and then you are going to choose your conditions of that CI filter. But I actually have, let me see, this video that I'm going to share with you that we recorded that has some demo data that's going to actually be able to show you how this works a little bit better. So we are going to watch this.
Hello, and welcome.
All right, can everyone hear that? Yes, thumbs up. All right.
Welcome to this narrative demonstration for Vulnerability Response Orlando release. Today I'll be showing you how to demonstrate the software exposure assessment, split group, and enhanced change management features for vulnerability response new in the Orlando release. Let's get started. So the motivating story for this whole demo will be we've been notified of a vulnerability which affects Microsoft Office installations. And we need to quickly find out where different versions of Microsoft Office are installed, whether those CIs are vulnerable, and initiate remediation tasks. Get those remediation tasks to the right people and ensure those vulnerabilities are remediated as quickly as possible. So let's start by logging in as a system administrator, and we'll begin the demo by impersonating Carla Jackson. She's our vulnerability manager. So Carla Jackson will start off on the Vulnerability Management PA dashboard, and if it's not already, we'll filter this dashboard down to endpoint security. The vulnerabilities we create will eventually be assigned to this group, so this makes a good starting point for the demo. We can show the before and the after. To begin, we need to find out where Microsoft Office is installed in our asset fleet and whether they're affected by this new vulnerability. Now, when software asset management is installed, ServiceNow can search discovery models and software installations for a particular publisher, product, version, and edition. So this can tell us whether the asset fleet is exposed to this vulnerability and how many configuration items have an installation of this vulnerable software. Here, for instance, we see that we have 4 different discovery models of Microsoft Office installed within our asset fleet for a total of 808 installations. Now, at this point, we know how widespread the impact is to our asset fleet. Now, if we decide we wish to initiate remediation for this vulnerability, we can use create vulnerable items to create vulnerable items for an existing vulnerability. We also have the option to create a new vulnerability for newly announced or 0-day vulnerabilities. In this case, we'll use the existing vulnerability CVE 2019-0748. Simply click Create Vulnerable Items, and a vulnerability will be created for each unique installation count where the configuration item is active. This process may take 20 seconds or so, so be sure to refresh the related lists by clicking on the breadcrumbs. So we see that a vulnerability group has been created, which groups together all assessed vulnerable items. This shows us all remediation tasks that have been created as a result of this exposure assessment. Now, at this point, you could end this demo narrative. We've completely shown the exposure assessment feature. But here we'll continue on to remediate these vulnerabilities to demonstrate 2 more features new in the Orlando release. So now we'll impersonate our IT remediation user, Becky Bianchi. These vulnerable items were all processed through the rules engine in the vulnerability response application. And they've already been assigned to a group. Becky Bianchi happens to be a member of this group. So she can navigate to vulnerabilities assigned to my groups and find the CVE related to the vulnerability we created. We can open up this group of 750 vulnerable items that's been assigned to endpoint security. Now, in this situation, suppose we know what remediation should be put in place for all Dell workstations, Precision T5500 workstations, and we're ready to begin that remediation immediately. We can use the split group functionality to quickly identify all Dell workstations that are a part of that larger group of vulnerabilities. We can label this Dell workstations. You see here, we have a preview that this condition that I've populated here identifies 86 vulnerable items, which will be carved off into this new group that we're creating. This will allow us to quickly assign all of those 86 vulnerable items that are ready to be remediated right now. Let's do it. We'll click Split Group to create our new vulnerability group. And the screen now shows us our newly created vulnerability group of 86 vulnerable items, all Precision T5500 workstations that are ready to be assigned to the correct remediation owner. Since I'm Becky Bianchi, I'm a remediation owner, we can just click Assign to Me, and I'm ready to work on this vulnerability group. Now, since we're ready to start remediation on these vulnerable items, these systems are change-controlled systems. We need to initiate the change management process to request a change for this patch we need to put in place. So we can use the Create Change UI action to initiate this process. This
Oh no, the suspense.
Yep, sorry. There we go.
feature to pre-populate a change request from all of the information that's available from the vulnerability group record. I can select from normal, standard, or emergency change types, In this case, since it's a severe vulnerability, we'll put through an emergency change. We can select whether or not we want to add the configuration items to the change request so that the change request can see those in a related list. We can specify a priority. It'll automatically be assigned to the group and assignment user from the vulnerability group. I'll need to populate a planned end date here. Make sure this is in the future. Now, we'll see that the implementation plan for this change has been automatically populated. This text comes from the solution record for this vulnerability. That's populated by the Microsoft Security Response Center and allows us to very quickly submit this change since we already have all the information we need filled out. I'll just create this change. And we've successfully created the change for that whole group of vulnerabilities. Now, at this point, we'll use the narrative jump feature to jump ahead through this change lifecycle and simulate all of the activities that happen between the new state and the review state. So go ahead and click that narrative jump button and select Process Change Request Jump. Now, this will just walk the change through its states in the natural way. A flow in the background changes the state, automatically processes the approvals when they're generated, populates our risk and impact analysis, backout plan, and test plan. And when ready, we'll populate close notes and close code. It's important that the close code is completed successfully. This will affect the state synchronization between the vulnerability group and the change request. So you'll see the state change live, and when it reaches the review state, the narrative jump has ended. So just need to reload the form because we still need to close this change request. The very last step we leave to the demonstrators so that we can show. When we close this change request, the related vulnerability group automatically progressed to the resolved state. We'll re-impersonate Carla Jackson to have a look at this. And as Carla Jackson, we can see that all the vulnerable items and the vulnerability group associated with the change request we've just closed have been resolved. We have 86 vulnerable items, all Dell workstations resolved in that vulnerability group. Now, this is an okay place to end the demonstration.
Alrighty.
But we can also show
So because we don't have amazing demo data loaded in for our exposure assessment, you were able to see in that visual, in that video, how exactly it works. I want to say the biggest thing that you need to keep in mind is this component of the platform. So exposure assessment, that module does come baseline, but in order for you to leverage this, you would need to have a software asset management foundation or SAM Pro must be implemented, because what's happening is it's doing a search of the software installations table, which is a SAM table in the CMDB. Let me see if I can grab another doc that I find helpful. All right, is this what I'm looking for? Yes. All right, so this is just going to give you a breakdown of some of the things that we saw within that video, and it lets you know what is it that you need in order for you to be able to leverage this function or feature. So it's going to take away that pain of waiting 3 to 4 weeks, 5 days for things to happen. You're able to get results quickly if you have that part of the platform. So I've posted that link for that in the chat as well. All right, so the slides is just going over where you're able to set your specific conditions and you're able to create vulnerable items. And then based on the results, you're able to assess your vulnerable items. And that is actually the end of this module. How are we feeling? Thumbs up, green checks yes. Put NQ in the chat if you don't have any questions for me. NQ in the chat. Raj, you want me to go faster? Is that what that means? All right. All right, so next is our module number 3. And within module number 3, we are going to configure vulnerable item rules, configure vulnerability groups for easier management, and also we're going to explore solutions management. This actually takes us quite a while to move through this first section. So this is what we're gonna do. We blew through the information today because no one had any questions, really. All right, so we're gonna pause for today. Hopefully that's not an issue for anyone. And then we are going to pick up tomorrow morning because we have tons of information. Now our application. So first we're going to go through the one, we're going to cover some of the things for security incident. What does vulnerability response do? And then also for threat intelligence. So for security incident, what does it apply to? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Thoughts? So in the chat, you can go ahead and put an A, like 1, 2, 3, if you believe that's for security incident. Okay. So one, security incidents do prioritize incidents based on business impact. They do integrate with SIM tools, and they improve collaboration between IT and SecOps. What about vulnerability response? Oops, sorry. Well, everyone knew that one. So vulnerability response we know is going to integrate with the NVD. Anything else? So we can go ahead and put in that chat. We know B, it's going to be 1. And then what else? 2, 1, 4, 5. Definitely 1 and 4. Looks like that's our consensus. So for sure, we know that it's going to integrate with scanners. It also identifies infrastructure vulnerability, so really good. And then threat intelligence is going to integrate with threat detection tools. It also prioritizes incidents based on business impact, improves collaboration between IT and SecOps, and enriches our incidents. A CVE, which stands for Common Vulnerability and Exposures, which statement, this one?
The previous one.
Oh, about the process definition?
Yeah, right. Sorry.
Oh, that's cool. Fine. And I'll also show you in the platform, if you just type in process definitions, you should be able to see what are all of the process definitions that come baseline in the platform.
Cool, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so let's move forward with this. So which statement describes a CVE? Is it a dictionary of publicly known information securities, vulnerabilities, and exposures? Is it a listing of software weaknesses? Has common identifiers, a weakness that allows exploitation? So a CVE, and I'm going to give you a hint, there may be more than one answer. All right, so we have a combination of answers. And then we have the correct one. So it is A and C. If you remember with our CVEs, it's going to be that dictionary of vulnerabilities and exposures. But when we go into our libraries and we go into our NVD, you're going to notice that is going to have the year and then the number that's associated with it. If my instance would load. So those are the common identifiers that it's talking about. So here, it's going to have the year that it was published, and then it's also going to have the number that's just associated with it. What table is a single system of record representing an actual occurrence of a vulnerability in the organization? Is it A, a vulnerability group, B, a vulnerability, C, a vulnerable item, or D, a vulnerability entry? Think about our single system of record. Okay, majority says vulnerable item. You spot on. What's the prefix that we use for the vulnerability response scoped application? Is it SN_SEC, SN_VUL, SN_VR, or SN_VRI? Everyone's like, Somalia, this is an easy one. We know this. Okay. Mod 2, CVEs are added to ServiceNow from what source? Is it the CWE, VIT, NVD, or MITRE? Where do our CVEs come from? Okay, good. The NVD. On the vulnerable item record, when the source is Qualys, the vulnerability ID begins with what prefix? Is it a CVD, QID, QVE, or a CWE? And we saw that when we listed into our third-party entries, after we did our integration, there are QIDs. What module will display those vulnerabilities from Qualys? Is it A, libraries to NVD, libraries to Qualys, libraries to third party, or libraries CVE, CWE? All right, it looks like our consensus is spot on. Third party. The Qualys integration can create CMDB CIs, true or false? All right, awesome. And that is where we're going to pause because tomorrow we'll do a review after we cover our mod 3. All right, everyone, I will see you tomorrow morning or afternoon for some of you. Have a great afternoon, evening. You're welcome. Take care. We know what update sets do. My mouse is, okay, there we go. So under the system update sets application, we have our local update sets. And yesterday we just created 2. So I filter them out by my batch base. And within that, now I'm able to see everything that's within this group. I also am able to make changes to each of the update sets. So kind of keep them separate, but kind of keep them together as well. And we talked about the reason why we don't want to do this and the importance of us using our application picker to be able to switch back and forth. In your text, it also highlighted a page that talked about properties. And on that slide, it had 3 properties, but then I also told you there's a 4th one that I want you to make sure that you know off the top of your head. And the other properties that were included was, let me see if I remember. So here was the auto create vol-centric group. This was one property that you want to pay attention to. As I scroll through this list, let me see what are the others. Vulnerable item approval required. That's another one. And the other one's probably hidden in here somewhere that I'm just not seeing. Another one is part of the security support common scopes. It's not going to see it here, but then the 3rd one is in here. And it just seems like I'm not picking it up, but it's in your text. All right, perfect. And then which that property that we just looked at on the 2nd page, which is our vulnerable item approval required, actually works hand in hand with a workflow. So when we go into security workflows, which is found under the security operation application, and we scroll down all the way to the bottom, because that's where the vulnerability ones are, then you're able to see the 3 that come baseline, and then this particular workflow that works in conjunction with that property that we just saw. And this is what allows us to take those vulnerable items in terms of automation and move them into a terminal state. All right. What else did we talk about? So we talked about getting data into the platform, but then our single system of records and the introduction of application vulnerability response and infrastructure vulnerability response. So with infrastructure vulnerability response, we have our VITs. And let's open this one. Let's see if it's going to give me what I want. Oh, nope, this one's off of a Q80. I want one that's off of a CVE. So let's go with this. Fingers crossed it has what I need. Oh, that's not really the one I want. So let me do this. I know that one particular, that CVE. Oh, womp womp. Let's go with all. Oh, nope, I should have done active history. Hold on. I'm looking for one that's going to give me a CWE that is going to be linked to, and let's see. Let me go here and see. All right. All right, this one should be. So what I was looking for, and I can let you know, here underneath my vulnerability, I'm able to see my CVE. And within your CVE records, I can see right off the bat if there's a CWE entry that's connected to it. That one that says 78 is going to be a software, so it's more of a CWE entry that's related to custom softwares. So it's not what I'm looking for in this section, but this is perfect. So now that I look at this, I'm able to see what I'm looking for. So yesterday when we talked about our CVE entries, we know that this information comes from the NVD. And we know that it comes from the NVD because we have an integration that works with this. If I wanted to use this integration, where would I go to download it? Anybody remember? If I wanted to use the NVD integration, how can I use it? What's the process that I would have to go through to leverage it? Go into plugins, we install it, and then when we install it, it's going to be in the integrations underneath the vulnerability response application. With that, we can see this CV entry is going to be connected to over 100 vulnerable items in this particular case. We'll also talk about solutions a little bit later. If there's solutions that was associated with it, the solutions either would be listed here or they would be listed here at the bottom as well. And then we're able to see the CWE entry that's connected to this. And we had that slide in our book that talks about if you still are new to security and you're still working on your terminologies, you know, what does CVE mean? What does CWE mean? And then also in the platform as well, it'll also tell you exactly the full out name, and then it'll indicate the table that it is that this is off of as well. So here with our CWE information, this is another part of the platform where we're able to leverage that information, and we're able to grab that information because we have an integration with them as well. I am also able to access the information about this CWE through this URL, and it'll take me directly to that site for me to be able to view that information. The NVD or our CVE information does not link us to a particular URL, but if you were just to go to the NVD website and you did a search and you put in the CVE, it's going to return for you that same information as well. In our integrations under vulnerability response, so it's going to be under administration. This is where we're able to see all of the integrations that are either true or false, but they apply to the application vulnerability. So here we can see our CWE integration. One of the things from an implementation standpoint is come in, take a look at, you know, if you're good at reading scripts, take a look at what the script is telling you to do, and should be able to edit, and then figure out what do I want this schedule to look like. Another one that you are going to want to review is going to be the one for the NVD for CVEs. That one comes baseline as true as well. Yesterday, we had the ones for Qualys. There are probably only 3 that are true. Let's see who they are. Social matching. All right, so yesterday when we worked with the integration, we have the one for the host detection and the knowledge base. There are other some components of this as well that you can leverage, and we just don't because they definitely boggle down our student instances and we probably wouldn't be able to use them today. Hence why we haven't leveraged all of these, but these are other parts of the platform that you can. 2 other integrations that come baseline, they'll be under solutions, and we'll talk about solutions. Today is going to be Red Hat, and then Microsoft Security Response Center solution integration as well are other integrations that are listed. Based off of these integrations, the information that we see is going to live under the libraries module. So in libraries, this is where we're able to see the NVD. So this is where all of the information stored in this table from that integration. So it's going to give us a list of all our CVEs. We're able to see information that it's going to pull from that. And remember, your CVE is going to have unique identifiers. So it's going to have the year, and then it's also going to have the number that's associated with it. Then we have our CWEs. Same thing, because of that integration, this is where that information lives. This is the table that we're able to see it. And third party, before I open this up, what's going to be in here? What can I find in my third party?
Vulnerabilities from scanners such as the Rapid7 and Qualys.
Perfect. So in this case, we had some tenable demo data that was already loaded in here, but our QIDs, and you can see, wow, this number has definitely picked up quite a bit. We have over 16,000 QIDs entries here in the system that we were able to pick up. So yesterday we talked about application vulnerability response. Anybody remember why AVR is there? What does it focus on? What kind of applications does it focus on?
It could be any application in a CMDB, right? Like it could be Office. Basically,
Yes.
okay.
So it could be any applications, but it also is going to enhance custom applications as well. Does the NVD and CWE information in application vulnerability, does it differ from the ones that we see under infrastructure? Do they differ or are they the same?
It's different.
No, so I see it in the chat as well. NVD and CWE information under AVR and IVR, they're the same exact information. They're leveraging the same exact table. What is different is going to be our third party. So in our third party for IVR, this is where we have our QID information from our scanner. Under application vulnerability response, because we have an integration with Veracode, that's where you're going to be able to see that data. Right. What else did we cover? Let me go back. Let's talk about application vulnerability response. Few things that we want to keep in mind with them. So application vulnerability response, do we have vulnerable groups under AVR? Yes, no's, anybody remember? All right, no, we don't. Does it extend off of the task table? No, it doesn't. All right, perfect. Some of the things that are the same that structures like IVR is you are going to create assignment rules and calculators. We'll talk about that today. And that's kind of about it. And then we have our AVITs. Oh, so our single system of record, it looks different. It's not the same as a vulnerable item. And it looks different because we're looking for different types of information. It's going to have things like the actual vulnerability, but it's going to be linked to that Veracode integration. When was it first found? When was it last found? Things like your location and your summary. And all of this information is typically populated from your Veracode. Then let's go into our vulnerable items. Let's talk about relationships. So within this vulnerability, this vulnerable item, I have my vulnerability, I have my configuration item, I can see the information that it's pulling, and then I scroll down, and this is a horrible demo data example. Let's go with, let me see if I can use this one. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at this vulnerability group. This one's super detailed, which is awesome. All right, and with this vulnerability group, let's see if we get anything good. You can see the relationship here between the two. And let's see if this group has multiple vulnerable items. One, awesome. All right, so let's do this. Sometimes after I install Qualys, then I found that it interrupts with some of the demo data that's already there. All right, let's see if this group has multiple vulnerable items. All right, ta-da! Perfect. All right, so within this vulnerability group, I can see that my state is open. I can also see the particular CVE that's connected to it. But then when I scroll down, I can see that I have multiple vulnerable items. And what I typically pay attention to is I can see that they're in different states. The state of this particular group is open, but I also have vulnerable items where their states are either awaiting implementation and they're closed. And that is the case because one, we have a system property that says when we have vulnerable items that come into the system, we want to automatically group them and put them into vulnerability groups. And we can go ahead and we can route that based on whatever it is that you need. Yes, a vulnerable item can belong to multiple groups. And here's the proof. So right now, this vulnerable item is part of this group that says state is open, but these items are already closed or are awaiting implementation. That's because they also belong to another group that has either been remediated or that process of a remediation has already started. Few things. Vulnerability groups. What table do they extend from? Does anybody remember?
Task table.
They extend from the task table. So that means that we can actually leverage SLAs within this vulnerability group. Our vulnerable items. Can we leverage SLAs with our vulnerable items?
No.
Yes or no? Nope. No, we can't. I also wanted to make a note of something here. Within this particular group, we can see that we have a risk score and a risk rating. Well, how are we able to do that when we have all of these different vulnerable items and they have different risk scores here, and they also have different risk ratings? Well, this is where we're able to use our roll-up calculator. So our roll-up calculator, which is going to be located underneath vulnerability response, this now is what's going to allow us to come up with a risk score for the actual group. So it's going to take into consideration, I want to say, about 3 different weights. So it's going to be our maximum risk score, average risk score, and then our count of vulnerable items. So it takes into consideration those 3 different parts, and then it's going to use that to generate a risk score for our vulnerability group. If we have the same vulnerability on the same CI twice, do we have 2 vulnerable items or just 1? If you have duplication rules in place, then you shouldn't. Diego. Did we talk about duplication rules yesterday? All right, so that's going to be part of that IRE lookup rules that we talked about yesterday. And the reconciliation engine, that particular workflow that was in your text, that's where you're going to be able to identify that so that you don't have any duplications. There was a slide, I know, with our application vulnerability. So we worked with Qualys. Let's do Qualys first. So we went into Setup Assistant underneath Vulnerability Response. We talked about what Setup Assistant is, how it works, and this is how we were able to leverage, it's taking a second, there we go, our scanner integrations. And this is where we went ahead and said, all right, I want to go ahead and start to pull in that knowledge base data, that host data for that integration. And once we did that and we executed those jobs, what it also creates for us is going to be an application. So we have our Qualys vulnerability integration application. And with that, you are going to, just like a regular plugin, you're going to get tables, you're going to get scripts, you're going to get roles, you're going to get things that are specific just to this actual integration. Then under our integrations, under vulnerability response as well, you also, there we go. You also went into Qualys, you made some changes here, and it's just saying, all right, how am I going to execute this data? When am I going to go ahead and execute this data and bring it into the platform? And by us doing that, now we are able to go under scanner. So before, when we went here, there was nothing here. Now you're going to be able to see that Qualys is here, and it's definitely in place. Now, what you see is kind of a light preview of some of the abilities of the actual scanner because we're in our student instances. But when you get into your own environments with your organizations, whatever scanner it is that you've chosen to work, things are just going to work slightly different, but we've given you the concept of how things work. How is this information going to flow? How is it going to connect with each other? The concept is very same for application vulnerability response, but yet a little bit different. So if I go into integrations for application vulnerability, then we're able to see the Veracode options. That's what we're going to focus on right now. And under the Veracode vulnerability integration, this is where we would see these three. So it's narrowing it down for us. And with this, we're able to start to say, all right, it's going to work very similar to like a scanner. So your library is going to be updated from Veracode, where your application vulnerabilities are imported. It's going to use the same CI lookup rules to try and match a CI found by Veracode to a CI in the CMDB. And we'll take a look at our lookup rules in a second as well. Then once we've done that, we want to go under, what am I looking for? Configuration, that's what it is. So under Veracode, I should be able to see configuration. So this is where I'm going to enter in things like my API key, which I'm going to get from the application itself. And then from there, we should be able to see the information in libraries. So it's a quick implementation in terms of integration. If you've used other internal tools, you can see that it's just for me to go ahead and turn on. So really low code, no code option, just turn on, check boxes to say yes and execute now. And I want to go ahead and start to pull in this information. Remember that the application vulnerability table and the vulnerable item table, they're not related to each other. So AVITs do not extend from vulnerable items. So I definitely want you to keep that in mind as well as you sit for the exam. Let me see. Let's take a look at our CI lookup rules. So under security operations, we have our CI lookup rules. You can see the ones that we have here from Veracode. We also have the ones that come baseline from Qualys. And these rules, you can tweak them into what you need them to be. If you wanted to look for specific things, you wanted it to look for a CI name or a DNS name or IP address. As you can see here, Qualys, once it's installed, they have the ones that come baseline. You also want to probably take a look at your script includes that are like Qualys util. What's another one? The Qualys simple CI transform is another one, and these two work in conjunction with the CMDB. So it's going to follow that process. If a new CI is discovered by Qualys during a scan, then that CMDB table within the platform will update that information that is provided by Qualys. And in your text, we also had that new workflow that showed what your CI lookup rules look like and how it's processing that information. And it's also going to be using the kind of like two-step process where after it goes through that, it's going to look at your IRE, which is your identification and reconciliation engine. So that's where, excuse me, it is going to automatically use your host data to search for those matches in the CMDB. And the last section that we talked about yesterday was our exposure assessment. So we looked at that video that was able to show us some demo data of how things actually worked. But one of the benefits of actually doing this is software exposure or exposure assessments, the module name. Software exposure is the concept. It determines your exposure to a vulnerable software, and you can do that by using either your publisher, your product. Version and edition are also super helpful as well. But what it's going to do is it's going to use that information without using your CV database. So it is just assessing to see if you have any cases of zero-day vulnerabilities to that particular software. Now, all of this is really possible by using software asset management, which is SAM, which is another part of our platform that you're able to leverage. So you would need to have either SAM Foundation or SAM Pro implemented in order for you to leverage that. And because what is happening is it's doing a search of that software installations table, which is a SAM table in the CMDB. I can't remember if I shared this doc with you yesterday. Did I share a doc with you about how exposure assessment works and how you're able to access your vulnerable software? No? Okay, I'm going to drop this one in the chat. All right, so this is going to kind of just piggyback on some of the same things that you saw in that video. So it's going to go to exposure assessments in the platform here, but it's going to give you a breakdown a little bit more. Unfortunately, I can't show how to do the exposures, but you can put in a specific condition. It's going to do an automatic search. So that search is not going to take weeks to basically, in essence, scan your network, or even days. It's something that can be generated rather quickly. All right, and then we did it just a kind of a quick review yesterday on those slides. All right, how are we feeling? Was that a little bit helpful to kind of review some of the things that we talked about yesterday?
I have a quick question regarding the vulnerable items. Because yesterday we set them up so that they that the scan runs every minute, I think, and then every hour. So because you have LDAP integrated, does that send out a notification to teams every time there's a new vulnerable item found?
Typically, no. I would say that I haven't seen that in place, and you wouldn't want to put that in place at all.
Well, that's what I was thinking, because there's like thousands.
Yeah, and depending on your organization, you could definitely have millions. So I want to say no. We're also going to talk about notifications today a little bit and kind of how to use them when it comes to vulnerability response. But to answer your question, no, that's not something that you would put in place.
Okay.
Any other questions? Review was okay. Anyone wanted me to go over anything else? Thumbs up, green check, yes. We're good to go. Are we still here? All right, give me NQs in the chat for no questions. Because it looks like, I know coffee probably hasn't set in for some of us. In the chat, NQ for no questions. All right, thank you. I like yours, Chris. All right, so in module number 3, we're going to talk about how do we configure vulnerable items, configure vulnerability groups for easier management. And then this is the module where we're going to talk about solutions management as well. And then we have 3 labs within this module that are going to walk you through some of those processes that you actually want to put in place. So again, as I go through our modules, I demo some of the things that you are going to get ready to do in your labs. As you're going through your labs, if you have any questions with anything, please do let me know for sure. Alrighty, vulnerable items. Here's that slide that we talked about again from yesterday, where you want to sit down, have these conversations with your team. When we talk about creating vulnerability rules, what do you want your rules to look like? Then you also want to talk about some of your fields, your business impacts, because all of those are going to play on some of the decisions that you have to make. So tools to manage vulnerability response. Assignment rules are one of the tools that you have that actually helps you to manage your vulnerabilities. Excuse me. So what you have the ability is you can actually assign a vulnerable item based on filter conditions. So your rules, when they're evaluating, they're going to assume that the assignment group will be set from the configuration item record. However, There is this assumption that you have these controlled from the records in your choice list. So here on this slide, you kind of have a general idea of what are some of these options that we have available to us. Now I find that sometimes people get this confused with vulnerability grouping strategies, which are a little bit different. So when we go into the platform, let's go into rules. And there, vulnerability response assignment rules. Come on. All right, let's go with, I don't want the catch-all. That's the one that's assigned to vulnerability. Let's go with this one. Right, on that slide that it's talking to. So with our vulnerability assignment rules, again, these are the different ways that we can use to assign vulnerable items. So the assign using is saying, all right, do I want to assign it through a user group? Do I want to use a user group field? Or do I also want to do a script? So it's pretty detailed. You can kind of get into these. When we talk about assignment groups, you can see here, I can choose any group off of groups that are created under user administration to in the platform. Then with my user group field, this one allows me to choose any assignment group field using the CMDB_CI table. So I can use configuration item approval group, assignment group, or support group. And then the last one with script, kind of self-explanatory. I can just put a script in, whatever, to say, all right, I am going to define a specific set of conditions. And this is really, if I want to be super detailed and you have someone that has experience or expertise with scripting, and you know that we use JavaScript in the platform. When we talk about creating rules, I mean, there's so many different things or scenarios or ideas that you can have. I can go ahead and say, you know what, I want to run high priority rules, right? So items that may potentially need special handling, where my risk is critical, or I need something to be handled by regulatory compliance. So that's where I would get into these conditions and I would identify exactly what I want those conditions to look like as well. Predictive intelligence. So you would need to have, right now I think we're on version 13. In order for you to use predictive intelligence, I think it was released in version 12. So anything in version 12 or higher. What you would need to do first, though, let me see, is go into our plugins, and you want to make sure that you have predictive intelligence installed. Come on. I want to pull it up so you could at least see what it looks like. All right. Predictive intelligence, where are you? All right. Okay. So here we go. We have our predictive intelligence. As you can see, it's already installed in the platform, but I want you to see what it looks like. So this is one of the things, if you did want to leverage this function, you would need to have this installed. So how predictive intelligence works is you are going to have a light bulb that is connected next to your assignment group. And based on the fields that's there, it's using a model to predict who this assignment group is, for whether it's either a vulnerable item or a vulnerability group, and it's doing that based on your existing data. So you would, in essence, need to make sure that you have enabled your update your vulnerability assignment recommendation. You want to make sure that it's enabled, and then you would just define your solution definitions, and then you would do update and train. I don't know. Sometimes our student instances act like super wonky. So let me see if we can see it. Nope, nope, it's not there. Okay. I was gonna see if it's there and I could show you what it looks like, but it's not. Let me try one more thing. Okay, but I kind of walked you through on kind of how it works as well. So then we also have another question: to automate or not to automate? I want to say your long-term strategy should always be to automate. Sometimes, depending on your maturity module, not everything should be baseline automation is not always the best way for you to start off with. You may want to say, all right, let me go ahead and put things like my properties. That's going to help me with my automation. But I may say, you know what, I want to go ahead and I don't want to use a calculator just yet and we'll talk about calculators a little bit. I don't want to go ahead and just use that just as yet because I want to see how things flow. And then from there, I can go ahead and evaluate and put processes like that in place. So our vulnerability group assignment roll down. If your assignment group on a vulnerability changes, then it may or may not change the assignment group on those vulnerable items in the actual group. So that roll down is just going to explain the assignment of that. So we saw that vulnerable items could actually belong to more than one vulnerability group as well. All right, severity methods. So one thing that I want to highlight is if you've noticed on our vulnerable items, let me pop one open. You're going to be able to see your CVSS information. So this is where I have either version 2 or version 3 listed here. And this is my common vulnerability scoring system based. I get this information from the NVD. What this slide is basically highlighting to you is a lot of organizations, they're going to use that for either severity or prioritization of their vulnerability, which could be a great thing. But what you also want to keep in mind is your threat actors have access to the same information that you have access to. They can go out to the NVD and see what your CVSS score rating is. So they can see the vulnerabilities that have a low threat threshold, and then they'll be able to say, you know what, these organizations are going to pay attention to this. I'm going to go ahead and get into something that really has a low threshold, and that's usually, or one of the ways that they can get access to your critical systems. Another thing to consider is that the criticality of that CIA against that vulnerable item doesn't come into play. Now, when we go back into our vulnerable item, you also see we have our severity. So how is it that we're able to determine the severity of this particular vulnerable item? And when it works a little bit differently, because typically on the security incident side of things, we have a calculator. That's what we're going to use to go ahead and have our severity. But with vulnerability, it works a little bit different because now we have scales. And one of the challenges is each scanner is going to have its own scale. And then ServiceNow is like, well, we want to come up with our own scales as well. And then we have this kind of a clash, I want to say. So what we have done is we've taken what we have as our own internal scale with the platform. And then we've looked at all of the other scanners that we have and what do their scales look like. And we have figured out a way how to normalize all of those. So you can find that underneath your normalized severity maps. So under the vulnerability response administration, and let's use Qualys because that's the scanner we have in place. Right. So scanner, Qualys, and from their scanner says, you know what? we use critical, low, high, medium. And the platform says, well, we use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for severity. So what we've done is we've taken what is the source value, then what is the target value, and we've normalized that information. You can create entries for the other scanners or whatever. You can do it for the NVD as well, and you can have this information here. In conjunction to this now, we also have our risk rating, which is a component of severity. So each vulnerable item, as you notice, let's pull back, go into our vulnerable items. You're going to notice here that they all have their own risk rating and risk score. Let's open this one. So risk rating and risk score, and then I also have my severity here, all related to each other. So my risk score is going to give me a calculated amount. Here we can see my risk score is 100. Now, this is going to say, all right, this is the risk that this vulnerable item poses to our environment. This poses a lot of risk by looking at it. But then we also have our risk rating. So our risk rating is a little bit different because it is a quantified risk score, and it goes down into critical, high, medium, low, and none. But they go hand in hand with each other. And then we also have our severity. So here is where calculators come into play to help us determine all of these 3 different parts. I want to say go ahead and bookmark this page, because this page in your text is going to show you where you can find this and how is it that we're using this to go ahead and determine these different parts. So let's go into our calculator. Right. And okay, so we have 2 that come default within the platform. You have your actual, this one's going to calculate your risk. Oh, there we go. This one's going to calculate risk. This one's also going to calculate severity. Is everyone familiar with calculators? Green check yes, red X says no. All right, so I was waiting to see if I see any no's. So calculators are one of the ways that we actually could go ahead and help to put automation in place. So we are going to determine what are the parameters around this particular calculator. So for example, our risk, one is going to make sure that it's active. We could identify the table that we want this to run off of. And then inside of our calculator, we have calculator rules. And calculator rules is where we are going to determine a few different things. So we have our weights, and within our weights, these are going to be 6 different parameters. And then you can kind of change it around to what you need it to be. Here I can see that my vulnerability severity is 80. If I want to go ahead and let's say I want to change this to 60. Then I also want to change my exploit exist to 20. I want to change this one to 10. And then I also want to change this one to 10 as well. So based on that, I always have to have them equal to 100. And based on that, if I scroll down, I'm able to see, all right, it's going to pull the information from the actual vulnerable item. And this is how it's going to generate that risk score. And I can play with this, tweak this into what I need it to be. This is just a baseline one that we've put there to say, all right, over the consensus of us doing this, this is what a lot of organizations have chosen. What if these 6 weights don't work for your organization? Please feel free to go ahead and create your own calculator. Keep that in mind. All right. So now, after you've created that, you can go ahead and reapply that rule, and it's going to update on any changes that you've made. The other calculator that we have is for our severity. So that's where it's going to give us our severity. So within your calculator, we said we have calculator rules. This one's important to make note of. Calculator rules, they run in order. So you want to go ahead and have things like your most detailed, most specific one run first, and then kind of at the end have like a catch-all rule that's going to have everything that you need. Within your calculator rules here, let's open this one up. We are going to go ahead and say when this condition is met, so my severity is critical, then I wanted to go ahead and set this particular risk score. So this is where you start to do more of those things in terms of configurations that work for your organization, because you are going to determine what are my conditions that I want to set, what are my values. You also have the option to use your advanced view. But what if these conditions just aren't working for me? They're not giving me what I need. You also have the option to use advanced view, which is going to either populate for you a filter group, and then it also is going to give you my script where I can get super, super detailed. All right. So if you notice, we just talked about our calculators under infrastructure vulnerability response. We also have calculators that are going to apply to application vulnerability response as well. So we have two that come within the baseline. It's going to have its calculator rules where you are going to also have your weights. But if you notice something, well, my weights look a little bit different. Yeah, they look a little bit different because it's not pulling the same information from your CVE, from the NVD. This information is pulling from your Veracode integration through CWE, hence why their weights look different. I'm looking for different information. And here's the same concept. They must equal to 100. Going back out into our other calculator, you can see the concept applies the same as infrastructure, where I'm setting based on the set of conditions, I want this value once it's met. One thing to keep in mind as well with calculators, this is why order is important. So we can see this order here. When it's evaluating, say this condition here has been met, it stops right there. It doesn't continue to evaluate these other conditions. Hence why you want to put the most specific as your first option, and then you want to, at the end, kind of have like a catch-all rule. All right, so this slide, I would say go ahead and bookmark, because this is going over some of the same things that I just mentioned. You want to make note of the weights look different from IVR versus the weights for AVR for the baseline. You want to remember that every calculator is going to process in order, so order is important. And then the other part, so once it matches a condition, it stops there. It is not going to continue to evaluate. How are you feeling? Thumbs up, thumbs down, green checks yes. We're feeling comfortable. All right. So we have our first lab of the day. And within this lab, you are going to create a new set of vulnerability groups. You're going to create a vulnerable item assignment rule, and you are going to test that scenario. Then you are also going to get an opportunity to work with calculators. So you are going to define a calculator to manage a required group, and then you're going to configure an individual calculator to realign with a vulnerability and a CI data to that business objective. Anyone have any questions before we get started? And then around that time you're finished with your first lab, I want to say, let's go ahead and add a break in between that. Thumbs up, everyone following what we're working on now? 2 labs back to back.
Somalia, so just to confirm, based on the vulnerability calculators,
Mhm.
that determines the assignment rules?
No. So calculators and assignment rules are 2 different things. So my calculators, let me see, there is a slide this is the slide I want you to make note of. Calculators are going to give me work with things like my vulnerability severity, my risk rating, and my risk score. That's what's going to populate that information. So when we go back into vulnerability calculators, we have 2 that come baseline. You're actually going to have the ability to go ahead and create another one, but this one is going to work off of my risk scoring. So when we see my risk score is, say, 100 for that vulnerable item that we took a look at, in this particular case, it's only taking into consideration whether an exploit exists and my vulnerability severity. And using those 2 weights, that's how it creates that. So this is what it's using to determine my risk score was 100 for that vulnerable item. But that can change. This is where that implementation or configuration component comes into play, because you would sit down with your organization and say, well, do I want to use a combination of all of these weights, some of them, none of them, and I want to create my own calculator? It just depends on you. My assignment rules, they work differently. So assignment rules is me determining who is going to be the group that is responsible for the remediation of this vulnerability group. So within, let's say, let me populate this group. All right, so right now I can see that this is assigned to Windows Server Support. My vulnerability assignment rules are going to say, based on XYZ, I want it to assign to this particular group. Or if I didn't want it to use a user group, I can have it go based off of I can also do it off of a script. I can also do it. So that's where that slide that says tools to manage. Hold on. See if I can pull it up. That's where you can have a few different options. So I can do an assignment group field, or I can also do a script. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Anyone else? The difference between the 2? All right, so I am going to put a timer up, and then I'm also going to add, I'm going to create a slide to just tell us what we're working on now. So the first lab is, okay, and break. All right, so I'll put that up. Again, if anyone has any questions, let me know. Let me tell you what page this is. Hold on. In our text. We're on page 125. rules versus your SLAs. One, we have remediation target rules that already come baseline. We haven't created them for vulnerability groups because a lot of organizations, one, don't end up actually using them. Two, if you are to use a SLA, I typically say only put that in place if you are going to create some sort of vulnerability group notification, and you want that notification to get addressed in or whatever that notification says, the conditions of that notification. If you want it addressed within a specific time frame, that's when I would suggest to use SLAs for vulnerability groups. So it's an option that's there. I want to say it's not an option that's leveraged. More organizations, more than less, use remediation target rules in that sense. So that's the one scenario that I would say to go ahead and use a SLA.
Okay. So last question. So we have integrated our ServiceNow with the Rapid7, and we are getting around 40 million. Like we are getting, we are having vulnerable items in millions, right? Millions of number. So is it normal scenario?
Yes, depending on the size of your organization, you could get thousands or millions of vulnerable items. The next section that we're going to get into is vulnerability grouping and strategies using that. That's going to be your best friend if you're ingesting that type of volume of vulnerable items. You have to definitely put some really good strategies in place for your vulnerability grouping, which is going to help you with your remediation, which you are also... We also, I'll need to remember, this isn't covered in your text, but we also have a section that allows you to do bulk edits. So within that bulk edit, this is allowing me to pick a specific remediation, like a subset of particular vulnerable items, and then put it with like a specific group. Or this also helps for organizations that ingest really large volumes. But that's more of like a manual process. In terms of automation, we'll talk about some grouping strategies to help with that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Diego, I saw you had raised your hand. Was I able to answer your question? No? Okay. All right, everyone, how are we doing? Were we able to complete lab 3.1.1 and 3.1.2? Go ahead and give me green checks. Yes, thumbs up. How do we feel about the labs? Did it give us a better idea on our vulnerable items and creating the assignment rules and calculators? Yes, no, tell me your thoughts. All right, so let's do, because I got some questions in the chat as well. Go over our assignment rules. So when in your lab, you had to create an assignment rule. We took a look at, when we were talking about it previously, our retired CI assignment rule. So I wanted to go ahead and create a new rule. As a matter of fact, before I even create that rule. So assignment rules also work just like calculators, where your execution order is important. And it's important because they are going to run every time a new vulnerable item is added into your organization. And once that condition is met, then it's going to go based off of your assignment value. So whether I am going to use the concept of assigning to that user group, and then my group is vulnerability, whether I'm using a group field, or whether I've created something for a particular script. Now say I want to go ahead and I want to create a new rule now. And so let's say in this, let's just call it VR rule. And my execution order, I want this one to run first. I can't remember if I had anything at 100, so let's put it at 50. I doubt we have anything at 50. And in this particular rule, I may say, you know what, I wanted to put it for, let's say, configuration. We're gonna scroll. So configuration, and everyone should be familiar with dot walking, hopefully, where we're using a series of different reference fields. And let's say in this particular case, I'm using configuration item.class. And then I want to choose something like, let's go with email server. All right. So in this particular case, once this condition is met, then I am going to assign it to user group. And in this case, I want to say vulnerability analyst. I am not going to submit because I actually want to stay on this form, and I am going to save. Now, when we have this notification here, this is super important that I want you to make a note of. So it tells you, hey, we've created this rule, and once that scheduled job runs again, it's going to apply to everything moving forward. So that's where that notification lets us know. So we've saved it. But what if I don't want it to wait, right? I also have the option for me to apply those changes now. So if I open up my scheduled jobs, I have the ability to execute now, and it's going to run this job now. What I also have the ability to do is say, I want this rule to go ahead and apply to everything that I have previously imported. With that, you want to also keep in mind, it is going to go according to everything that state is open. I think that was about it. So I could go ahead and select execute now. Let's just give, for kicks and giggles, we can go ahead. All right, apply changes. Oh, we did that already. Darn it. All right, so there we go with that. We talked about the predictive intelligence calculators. So let's go back into our vulnerability response calculators. We know that we have those difference between the two. Calculators and your rules inside of those calculators, they run the same exact way. Where your order is important, it's going to evaluate once it meets the condition of that order, it stops, it's not going to move forward. That's how we're able to, using the combination of the two calculators, determine what is going to be our risk rating and also our risk score. And yeah, I think that was it. Any questions other than that for the lab? I want to make sure everyone is good. Oh, the roll-up calculators. So the roll-up calculators, if you notice when we go into, so right now what we were working with is going to give us, those calculators is going to give us the risk rating and risk score for our vulnerable items, our VITs. But when we go into our vulnerability groups, we have the same exact thing. So your roll-up calculators is going to basically give me my risk score and my risk rating for my vulnerability groups. And it does that by taking into consideration what is my average risk score, because remember, you have multiple vulnerable items in my vulnerability group. They all could be different, they could be the same, it just depends. So you could have one that has a risk score of 65, then one has one of 100. So it's going to take into consideration 3 different parameters. Let's go. And I want to say, hint, hint, you want to know what those parameters are. So here they are. All right, so it's going to take into consideration my maximum risk score, my average risk score, and then my count of the vulnerable items. So my calculator itself is just going to calculate my risk score and my risk rating for my vulnerable item. And the roll-up calculator is going to give me that for that vulnerability group. And it tells you right here in the description if for some reason you forgot what I said. Perfect. All right. I have a lot of windows open. Let us move on to our next section, notifications. So I started talking about notifications a little bit when some of you were still working on your labs, or you could have potentially been out on break. So we have a few that come baseline within the platform. Notifications. So under the vulnerability response application administration, we have notifications. And let's see if I could find some for vulnerability. Let's go with vulnerable item. All right, so we have some that you can see that are off of the vulnerable item table with these notifications. Now, what I want to say is notifications are a little tricky. So one of the things that I found with notifications, and I think this is just us as users, if you keep getting a notification over and over and over for something, after a while, I feel like sometimes people will stop really paying attention to notifications. And at that point, we don't want people to get tired of them, so they stop paying attention. So we typically say is if you are going to create a notification because it's going to identify, my when to send, my who will receive, what will contain. So when I'm creating those 3 parameters, in addition to the table that I want this to run off of, makes a big difference. Now, I always say if you're going to create a notification, it's something that obviously you want people to know about. Sometimes it is worth you having an SLA attached to it. But there's a contingency to that, because my SLAs, they only work off of the vulnerability group record. And I think that's highlighted right here. So they only run off of the vulnerability group record. They don't run off of vulnerable items because our vulnerable items are not part of, or they didn't extend from the task table. Go back. So if we go into the platform and I go into SLA definitions, under vulnerability response, you can see that we don't have any here that are actually baseline within the platform. So that's something that you also want to keep in mind. So we typically say if you want to track items that are closed or you need them to be taken a look at or dealt with, you would need to use your remediation target rules. You also have the ability to create them if you did want to use them, by the way. We just don't have any baseline. So this is where our remediation target rules come into play. Let's go into them. And we also have remediation target rules for application vulnerability response, but we'll get to that after we talk about infrastructure. So under the vulnerability response application admin, I have my remediation target rules, and you can see we have a few that actually come baseline within the platform, and they look very similar to SLAs. Let's take a look at this one. This one's true. So we have our target 15 days. I want to make sure that it's active. So it runs, it implements, notify 7 days before it's due. And then this is my condition. So anything that has a risk rating as critical, it is going to apply this remediation target rule. Then I also have the ability here, if I want to go ahead and create any notifications that are attached to it, who's going to be my users, who's going to be my groups. Based on this condition, then I'm able to see that there's actually 39 vulnerable items that meet this remediation target. So my remediation target rules apply the same exact way that they would in terms of concept with SLAs. So they are going to provide a time frame for remediating that vulnerability itself. One that I see remediation target rules used quite often for is depending on what industry is, but if you're working with finance or credit cards, PCI has a regulation that says any asset that contains your credit card data, that vulnerability on the item needs to be fixed within 30 days according to PCI DSS. So that's something that you would come in here, you would create a remediation target rule, set the specific conditions to go ahead and meet that so that you now have this rule that's going to address that particular regulation so that you can keep track on that. Questions? All right. So closing vulnerable items, practices. Remember we talked about that workflow and those specific properties? Well, one of the things in terms of best practices, we don't want you to go ahead and close vulnerable items manually. Can it be done? Yes. Should it be done? If you have a specific scenario. Best practices, we typically want them to go ahead and be closed by the scanner. I want to say go ahead and bookmark this page. And within this page, it's just going to sum up some of the things that we've covered thus far in terms of assignment rules and remediation targets and our calculators. So we were able to see also in a previous slide as well, when we're talking about our calculators and our risk rules, what are the different weights? So it's going to outline for you for AVR, you have these 3 particular weights. For IVR, it's actually more than 4. I think it's like 5 or 6. So they probably are like missing 2 from the slide, but it is in your instance. So with our remediation target rules, we just looked at the one for IVR. But if we were to go into our remediation target rules for application vulnerability response, come on. You can see that we already have some that are in baseline. None of them are active at this point, but we can still take a peek. So same concept applies. You are going to identify what's going to be your target. How often do you want, or how many days before do you want it notified? And what's going to be this particular condition? So based on this condition, I want to go ahead and have, let's go ahead and just make it active for kicks and giggles. Let's save. Okay. Give it a few minutes and then we should be able to come back and see when it's going to apply. All right. And if any of those actually meet this actual condition. But the same concept applies just with infrastructure vulnerability response as application vulnerability response as well. All right, vulnerability grouping. So what if my organization has, as I think it was Rahul that said, millions of vulnerabilities? This is where grouping strategies kind of come into play. And you have 3 different options. So you can do manual grouping, grouping by condition, and grouping by filter groups. And this is one that I want to say you want to have lots of conversations around. What are my grouping strategies? What do I want them to look like? Maybe I want to focus on high value items and then group all of those CIs related to a business service, right? Or I could say, you know what, I want to group these by department, or I want to group containing by exploitable vulnerabilities. There's so many different ways for you to group. One of the things that I've found helpful for organizations, if you are starting from scratch, you don't have an idea. I know that sometimes when you're working with an engagement with us, we make recommendations. So a business service could be a good place to start. I want to say baseline, the platform actually groups all of the vulnerable items into those groups based on vulnerabilities itself. And this is one of the things that kind of kickstart that automation in place, right? So when we're designing or when we're making decisions around this, think of it as begin with the end in mind. Take advantage of the vulnerability grouping rule versus actually using some manual options. So let's talk about the rule options. I want to say this is a big part of automation within remediation of vulnerable items and groups, because this allows me to take these thousands or millions of vulnerable items that I have and have it automatically grouped. It does work in conjunction with that system property that we talked about. It is a 3-step process. So if I go into let's call it rules. Let's go there. And here we go. I have my vulnerability group rules. Remember, I told you earlier, vulnerability group rules and assignment rules, they are 2 different things. My vulnerability groups is saying, all right, I have all of these vulnerable items that are coming into the platform. How do I want to take those vulnerable items and put them into different groups? My assignment rules is saying, all right, I now have these vulnerability groups. Who do I assign them to? Do I give it to endpoint security, or do I give it to the vulnerability response team? So within my vulnerability group rules, let's open up the second one. Oh, that one's not even true, but that's fine. The 3 different sections that the slide is going to talk about. So the top part here, we have our conditions. Hey, what are the different types of attributes that are coming in that I want it to meet this specific condition? So what will it include in this group? Then in my second section that it talks about that says group by, this is now where I'm saying, all right, what are the fields that I'm going to use to create this group? Am I going to use a vulnerable item? Is it going to be a vulnerable item for configuration? Then it looks a little bit different because then I'm going to leverage tables. Or is it going to be a vulnerability? Excuse me. And then what table is that going to be off of as well? Now, when we scroll down, I have my assignment. So this is where I am going to say, all right, what's going to be the assignment group for this particular vulnerability? So I can use the user group option, and then we know that we can leverage it from that particular group. Let's come out of this because I want to create my own vulnerability group rule. Kind of see what that looks like. Great, so we are going to name this. Let's name it example. Of course, I always say anytime you see a description, I found descriptions are super helpful. Put exactly what it is that you're trying to accomplish. So if someone comes behind and they take a look at this rule, they're like, oh, this is what this rule is supposed to do. So in this one, I Let's work with the Java and Oracle. So I may say I want this rule, and I'm gonna just abbreviate. Vulnerability group rule. Well, let's say group high risk. Java and Oracle vulnerable items and assign to specific group. Let's go there. All right. So now I am going to put a condition that's going to go ahead and meet that. So I want to say, let's go with vulnerability. Let's go with summary. So one, I can just like continue to scroll until I find summary. Ta-da, and then I'm going to type in Oracle. Or, and then I'm going to use my or option because I'm not doing like an and yet. I can do vulnerability summary as well, but in this particular case, I can start to like actually type instead of me searching for summary. I can type in summary here and it's going to filter it out just a little bit faster. So I'm just giving you some options. Let's say Java, and actually let me change these to contain. Contain is kind of a better catch-all than is, more specific. Then I'm going to go ahead and do an and I want to say, you know what, risk rating, because that's what we said, we want to group high risk ones. So let's say my risk rating is one of, let's go with critical and high. And then I could do something like state is open or state is like not closed. It just depends. Right. Then within my group by, this is where I'm able to say, all right, I want to group by a vulnerable item. And then I can use like a specific field. Let's say in this particular case, I can use something like configuration item. Or I could do like vulnerable item dash configuration item. And then off of my CMDB table, I want to do something like, let's go with class. I always choose class. And then within my assignment options, this is where I want to pick a user group, and let's go with vulnerability response. So now I have created a vulnerability group rule that's going to group my high risk Java and Oracle vulnerable items by that vulnerability and assign it to the vulnerability response team. I should probably save, shoot, so I could show you that reapply rule option. So this works just like the assignment rules that we saw. Now that I've created this rule, it goes according to my scheduled jobs. I also have that reapply function that we've talked about. Here's the thing with this reapply rule. This rule will delete and recreate the vulnerability groups for this rule. And the ones that are not in open state are excluded, just a FYI. Same thing with the assignment rules that we had. And it lets you know, hey, this is your warning. Then you can choose whether you want to reapply that rule or not. All right. Let's talk about some more strategies. So the other one is for me to create a vulnerability group manually. I want to say with this particular group, it's more of if I have a really low maturity module, that's when you typically see this approach, or there's like this really one-off scenario, then I would typically do that. So you have the option to create a vulnerability group manually. If I have a scenario where there is a particular new exploit or that I want to include some specific vulnerabilities, I can go ahead and I can use that option. Anyone that has a analyst role is anyone that can go ahead and create new vulnerability groups. So I favorited my vulnerability groups before, so I'm going to select new. And then here's my grouping method where I'm just going to select manual. Then I am going to include things like my short description, and then I'm going to pick my vulnerability that I want to associate with it. And like I said, there could be, you know, situations where it would just make sense to do this one time. It is not a realistic approach if your organization has thousands or even millions of vulnerable items. Don't use that as your primary thing. So my other option would be for me to go ahead and using my grouping method, filter. I'm sure this is what the next slide says, is it? Yep, condition based. All right, so I can use my filter option. So now this one is where I start to get into the automation. So if I want to say, all right, I want to go ahead and drive how my vulnerable items are grouped based on this specific condition. So I can say I want it to be based off of, or we need a short description. Let's call it SQL something. All right. Yeah, let's just use that. And then in my conditions, I want to go ahead and say, let me choose something. I want to pick up particular vulnerability that's already associated with this. So I am going to say CVE 2012, 53, 57. Let's pick that one. And one of the cool things about this is, well, what if I want to see if this condition is exactly what I'm looking for? That preview option is going to give me that benefit because it says, oh, there's 94 records that match. I can actually right click this option. It's going to open up in a new tab. So I can preview what those 94 records are. So I'm able to say, oh, yes, this is exactly what I was looking for. This is the perfect condition that I was looking for to go ahead and continuously group my vulnerable items. Now that I've done that, I want to go ahead and I want to save because I want to stay on my form. And come on. Now I have created this vulnerability group. We can see the new number, and there are 94 vulnerable items that are associated. If for some reason you have applied this and it doesn't populate right away, you always have the option in your related links to use your refresh associated vulnerable items as well. And it's gonna give it a second or two and it usually just populates. My other option, let's go ahead and come out. I should say last option, is to use a filter group, but there's a but. Does it say it on the slide? Yes, it does. All right, go ahead and bookmark this slide. Because anytime you're using filter groups, is everyone familiar with what a filter group is, how they work, why we have them? Yes, no's? All right, so filter groups are, I want to say, a function that we can go ahead and use to make things easier. If you know you have a specific set of conditions that you use all the time because you're looking for this specific set of information, create a filter group. Filter groups can be used for workflow triggers. They can be used for vulnerability calculators. When we go into different parts of the platform, you're going to see a little checkbox option that says filter group, and it'll look just not like this. Let me think. Where can I also show you how to use a filter group? Security has a lot more examples. Let's leave. Probably if I created a new rule. Let's say example. Save it. Advanced group. All right. So if I selected my advanced view option, you're going to see here's the option for me to use a filter group. So what if I wanted the same set of conditions for me to use in my calculator that I wanted to use within my vulnerability grouping strategy? I would create this filter group because I'm using the same set of conditions. So one, it is really a time-saving mechanism. It's part of that. I don't have to keep reinventing the wheel option because now I have this set of conditions that I can use over and over in the platform, different places of the platform. Here's the thing. Filter groups are part of the security support common scope. So they're under security operations application. Under security operations groups, this is where filter groups are located. So when you see that part in your slide, that's why I say go ahead and bookmark this page because you want to keep that in mind. Here's the thing. Yes, we are creating a filter group for a vulnerability group, but this thing here in purple, you want to make note of that. We cannot create a filter group off of the vulnerability group table. It must be created off of the vulnerable item table because that's what we're grouping. We're grouping vulnerable items in a vulnerability group. All right, so if you went ahead and say I went into my filter groups, I need to go ahead and select new. Let's create one. So we don't have any off of the vulnerable item table. Come on. And let's say VR sample filter group. We're going to save it. We need it to be off of the vulnerable item table. All right. I cannot, if I try to create it off of the vulnerability group table, it's not going to allow me to be able to leverage it when I go to select filter groups in my actual vulnerability group. So in this case, I'm going to say, all right, off of this table, what are the conditions that I want it to be? Let's go with vulnerable software because we did vulnerability already. And let's see what options we have. Let's go with this one. Let's go with Wireshark. All right, so based on this set of conditions, I can either save, stay on my form. All right, do I want to manually add records? No, I actually now want to go back into my vulnerability groups and I want to be able to create a vulnerability group based on those conditions. So let's call this one. This one is for our filter group. Change my grouping method. Guess what? It's only going to give me one option because we only have one created in the system off of this group. So if I use my magnifying glass, I'm not going to see that list of filter groups that we saw when we went into security operations. I'm only going to see this one option because this is the only one that we have created that's off of that vulnerable item table. So now that I've created that, I can go ahead and I can save. I don't think we're going to get any records from this. But I could go ahead and refresh. Let's see. Yes, let's refresh. Anything? Nope, 0. But we have this group that's created that has this filter condition that's associated with it as well. All right, lab time, and then it's also lunchtime as well. So this lab is a little bit longer. But within this lab, you are going to get a little bit more hands-on in terms of what we're talking. So in this lab, you are going to be doing a configuring remediation task assignment. The goal of this lab is to use all of the different methods that we just talked about that I just showed you. So you're going to do your vulnerability group rules, you're going to use grouping via conditions, and you're also going to do one with the filter. So when we talk about the group rules, that's the one that has the 3 different sections. Pull it back up. So in my vulnerability group rules, this was the one that we just created. keep in mind when you are doing this lab and you are looking for your conditions, you have your dot walking, and you would just need to use that if you came across that as well. So it's going to, in this lab, you're going to go through some of the same things that you just saw me do. How are you feeling? Thumbs up, put NQ if we don't have any questions. Go ahead. Not, you would have to create a scheduled job. None of what we've applied for vulnerability, when you create them, all of them by default is going to apply to everything moving forward. If you wanted to previously apply for everything, you're going to go ahead and apply it manually. By default, all of them are moving forward. It's going to apply to the rules. Correct. So if we created one now, it's not going to go back. It's not going to automatically go back and rearrange things. So moving forward, it's going to say, all right, once it meets this condition, I'm going to go ahead and create this group. Yeah. So this is definitely something that is done in the process of you doing your implementation, because we want to know, how do you want to start grouping all of these things? You have all these vulnerable items. How do you want to group it? That's where you're going to have that conversation around, well, I want to group it by my department, or I want to group it by specific CVs, my vulnerability, or I want to group it by high risk, whatever it is that you've chosen to do. That's when you would say, all right, do I want to use a filter group? Do I want to use conditions? Do I want to create rules? It just depends on your business and their structure. All right, in the chat, any questions? Put NQ if we don't have any questions for me, and you are ready to get the nitty-gritty. Everyone should have, in order for you to be successful with this lab, you would have needed to create an assignment rules that were part of the first lab in 3.1.1. So if you haven't done that, please go back and complete 3.1.1 so that you're successful in this lab. All right, so we're going to break for lunch first, and then we're going to come back and complete that lab. All right, so I will see everyone back here shortly. And I want to hear what you have for lunch today. Today is Friday, or I don't think it's Saturday yet for some of us. All right, see you back here shortly. So one thing we found is patch management is usually handled by the IT team, and they are kind of siloed from the SecOps team. They're not the same teams. They sometimes don't work together, but we definitely do want them to work together. And when it comes to patches, we have patches that replace and actually supersede other patches. And sometimes they get combined with other information. And we just want to make sure that you have the most up-to-date information and you are making the best decisions possible when it comes to patching. With that being said, we have our vulnerability solution management. And this is that additional piece of the puzzle that is going to help. So this slide is going to identify basically the benefits. You could identify your highest impact solutions. You can track solution deployment progress, and then you can also prioritize your remediation effects here. Now, most of the patching we found usually occurs around Microsoft product, hence why when we go into integrations, we have two that come baseline. So under vulnerability response administration integrations, we've visited here a few times. We have two that are in regard to solution. So we have the Microsoft Security Response Solution integration. It works very similar to some of the other ones that we saw. So this one, you could go ahead and go out to the store and get as well. And then we also have our Red Hat solution integration as well. Once we've installed those, you've kind of configured the parameters and how often you want them to run and when and how components, then we can navigate under vulnerability response solutions. So in solutions, it's going to list for me all of my solutions that are in the platform. We could see there are about 25 here, just with our demo data to kind of get a general idea of how it works. But within this, you can see, let's take a look at the two. So we can see the one that comes off of Red Hat. You can see the source, and the other one that comes off of Microsoft. Let's look at the one from Microsoft. All right, so within our solutions, think of this, I want to say, when people are thinking from a security perspective, solutions could also be thought of as enrichment information. And it's going to kind of give you, how can I make a relationship of this information? So it's going to give you the relationship to the particular CVE. You'll also be able to get links to the details of that solution. But when you actually go into the solution, you can see the vulnerable items that it's associated with. And then you could also see the vulnerability groups that they're associated with. When we go into, let's say, for example, this particular vulnerability group, I can scroll down, and this is where I'm going to see my information about my preferred solutions. So now you're able to see, oh, how do I see the relationship between vulnerable item, vulnerability group, and then my solutions? So you would be able to drill down into that solutions table here. If I were to go back into this actual solution, and I go into my vulnerable item, there we go. So under my remediation steps for my vulnerable item, it's going to show me the solution that it's connected to, and I can drill down into my solution record here. And then I also have my summary of that solution and the CVEs that is connected to this particular solution as well. What I also have available, so it's going to show me all, but then I have my higher supersedence. So at higher supersedence, this one is going to just display solutions that kind of have that label attached to it. And what this means is that this solution is more current and actually just replaces the previous one. Let's look at the one for Red Hat here, since we looked at the one from Microsoft before. So you're able to see all of the solution details about it. So description, the links. You can also see the vulnerable items. I can see the CVE that it's connected to and also the vulnerability groups. So again, I'm also able to see my relationships in my vulnerability details. I'm also be able to see that CVE information. And we know if we needed to drill down on the CVE information, where we would be able to go to get a drill down on this as well. All right, so this slide is just talking about some of the things that we just took a look at. And oh, if I also wanted to leverage this, I can go into my setup assistant. So we've already installed in your student instances the Red Hat and the Microsoft Solution Center. If you didn't, in your PDIs, you won't have those in place. So what you would need to do, or one of the things you can do, is in my setup assistant, which is found in vulnerability response, administration setup assistant, I can come into my integration configuration and I can go into my solutions integrations. So this is where I am now able to leverage that integration, and I can go ahead and edit. You can see that we already have active jobs that are associated with it, but this is also something that you could do. All right, and that ends the end of our module number 3. And we are going to do a quick review of some of the information that we covered for this module. All right, so in the chat, bring this up. In the chat, I want you to go ahead and drop your answers for me. So the tools to manage vulnerability response. What are the different methods for grouping vulnerable items? Is it manual grouping, group by classification, group by category, group by conditions, or using filter groups? All right, so I'm seeing A and E, ADE. It looks like the consensus is definitely A. E and D. All right. So remember, we have 3 options. Those are the options that you were able to work with in your lab. So we have manual grouping, group by conditions, and then use filter groups. When you are creating a filter for this, you need to make sure that you create it off of the vulnerable item table. Vulnerable items can belong to multiple vulnerability groups. True or false? All right, I like your consensus. True. All right, here's that slide that like what we had yesterday. So you are going to match kind of the role. What is it? And this one gets to be a little bit tricky. So there's one in here that I'm gonna warn you. Think about these rules that we talked about. There's one rule that possibly can't do anything. Who's that? All right, so for our vulnerability read role, can it do any of the options from 1 to 6? The instruction says match the role to the records it can create. Do we have anything for vulnerability read? Yes or no? Nope. All right, good. It was a trick question. You might see those. All right, for the right role, which is also known as our analyst role, what is it that they can do? Is it vulnerable item, group rule, calculator, remediation target, or change from a vulnerability groups? What can be complete? So in the chat, you could put B like, and then put 1, 2, 3, or whatever that you feel. All right, perfect. So the consensus is definitely when we were working with vulnerable items, we associated that it's the vulnerability analyst role that's associated with both vulnerable items and vulnerability groups. Oops. All right, the admin. No, the admin typically does not do everything. Can they create everything? They can. But typically, what is the role of vulnerability admin create? So we know it's a vulnerable item. What else? Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. There you go. Go ahead and tell me in the chat. All right, so kind of 1 to 5, 3, 4, and 5. Let's bring this one back up. All right, so our consensus is definitely 1. Vulnerability group, true. Good. For those that said 1, 2, 3, 4, and spot on with 5. And then the last one, our remediation owner, is the one that is going to do a change from a vulnerability group. All right, in the baseline, vulnerable items are set to group based on what field? We talked about this earlier. Is it a vulnerability, a CI, a service, or a severity? Okay. So it looks like our consensus is A, and you are spot on. That's the baseline option. You always have the flexibility to change it into what you want it to be. Vulnerability calculators, they run their rules in sequence. What field are they using for that sequence? Is it name, order, risk score, or risk rule order? How do they run their rules in sequence? All right, nice. They run it in order. SLAs can be defined for a vulnerable item record, true or false? All right, so SLAs apply to which records? Everyone remember? Yep, they apply to, in the vulnerability response, they apply to the groups. All right, so what is used to track SLAs on vulnerable items? Is it service standard agreements, remediation targets, or operating level agreements? Awesome, you guys are doing great. All right, so that's where we're going to pause for this, because now we are going to hop into our module number 4. And our module number 4 is where, it's taking a second to load. We're going to start talking about automation and vulnerability response a little bit more. So we've talked about some of the ways that we can implement it. And what's going on? There we go. Right, so this is where we now are going to talk about how do we handle exceptions, the integration that we have with vulnerability response and change management, and then how can we work with flows for process automation. Within this module, we only have 1 lab, and within this lab, I want to say it's not too lengthy, but it goes into detail on how you can leverage from Flow Designer components. Handling vulnerability exceptions. Here's that slide again. I call it my workshop slide because it gives me pointers on things that we need to have conversations around within your team. So when we talk about our remediation process, why would our vulnerable items be exempt from remediation? If that's going to work in our organization, hopefully that's the case in everyone's organization. What does that look like and why? What is your current exception process look like? Is there anything that you would like to change? Anything that you would like to enhance? Who and what needs to know about these exceptions? Are we going to put some notifications in place as well? And then are we going to have SLAs or even some remediation target rules? What do those rules look like? And then what's going to qualify as a false positive? That's an important conversation. And if you have GRC, how is it now we're able to leverage GRC and vulnerability response? Because we do have some parts of the platform where they can work together with each other. All right, false positive processing. So one of the things, we know with all technology, it's not perfect. So scanners sometimes give a warning. Hey, you might want to check this out, when in reality, there is no vulnerability. For example, if I have a configuration item that has been decommissioned, but the scanner is still raising an issue that's related to it, in that particular case, I can go ahead and mark this as a false positive. But if I am doing that, there is usually a workflow that happens behind the scenes that allows me to do this. Let's go into the platform first, and then I'll come back so we can kind of see how this works. So let's go into our vulnerability groups. We can do that. And let's do state is open. Right. So say this is our same scenario that I just mentioned. I want to go ahead and mark this group as a false positive. So I'm going to include my reasoning behind why we're marking this as a false positive. And then we're going to go ahead and request approval. You saw we selected a state that was open. We're going to request approval. And then here you can go ahead and see that this state has moved into review. So now when we circle back into that workflow, we can see that initially when it started, the remediation owner could be the person that goes ahead and starts off with this. Then they want to go ahead and flag it as a false positive, and we can see that my state changes to in review. Now it's going to go to, say, for example, and this can change depending on your structure. We're just giving an example of what it can look like in terms of personas or roles. So it's going to go to my approvals, and they're going to assess whether this false positive, if they want to go ahead and approve it or not. So if it's approved, then it's going to go down one path, that kind of binary yes/no outcome. And then if it's rejected, what happens, it actually reverts back into its previous state. So in this particular case, if this one, it was sent and it was rejected, it would go back into open. If it was awaiting implementation, it would go back into awaiting implementation as well. So you're able to see what that process would look like if we went ahead and we were to approve it, or whether we were to deny it. So by default, an exception is requested using the vulnerability response module, but you can also use our GRC policy and compliance management integration with these as well if you did choose to do so. Now, keep in mind that this triggers your vulnerable item state approval workflow. It also has that listed right here. So I would say go ahead and bookmark this page, because that's something I definitely want you to make note of as well. All right, so exception process alternatives. This is just talking about the option that you have to leverage GRC. So you can limit the duration of an exception that's requested. And your exception is requested through the VR model by default. So I want you to make note of that. So I want to say, go ahead and put this into your notes, but you also have the integration of GRC as well. So our exception management, this one looks a little bit differently. And this is for vulnerability response only. So forget if I don't have GRC, this is what I'm working with here. Say, for example, I have some vulnerabilities that might not have an existing patch or a fix or a solution. Question, are all vulnerabilities fixed? Yes or no? Do we fix all vulnerabilities? No, we don't. And there's multiple different reasons why we could choose not to fix a vulnerability. It could be cost, it could be, you know, what it would take to resolve this is actually less or greater than the actual risk. So in that particular case, we're saying, all right, we are going to go ahead and we are going to, let's go back into our vulnerability groups and we'll talk about what we would do in the platform if we did have this scenario. We can use a waiting implementation. That's fine. Right, so here in the top right-hand corner, I am going to request an exception. So request an exception, you can think of this as kind of like in a deferral process. So at this point, I am going to say, you know what, I want to move this until a week from now. And then I'm going to include my reasons. So these are mandatory fields. I want to say whether it's accepted, awaiting in my maintenance window, fixed unavailable, mitigating control in place, or other. So in this case, let's go ahead and say risk accepted. Of course, we want to go ahead and include our reason why. And then I'm going to request approval. As we saw, and we'll go back to that slide, it's going to move into that in review state. But here, whatever my state is, I'm going to request an exception and then it changes into review. You also have the bulk edit option that we looked at earlier. You can go ahead and use that function here as well. So now with our baseline vulnerability response, we have two options. You can baseline exception approver level 1 and level 2. If you want to change it where you just want one approver, that's something that you can go ahead and do. I know there's a really good doc out there that shows you what to do. I might have to go and peep for it and drop it in the chat on how you can go ahead and change these. But so it's going to take a look at that exception process option and say, all right, if I am going to accept it, then it's going to move into a approver level 2. If I reject it, same concept as before, it's going to go ahead and revert back into its previous state. So when we're looking at exception management, it's going to be a process of requesting, reviewing, and approving, or even rejecting those vulnerable items or those vulnerable groups for that particular case. All right, next slide. So GRC, this is that part that I talked about. You can go ahead and start to leverage. It starts to look a little bit differently because we don't have our approval level 1 and 2. We just have it where it's going to be sent to the compliance manager. So what happens now, you have some benefits of using GRC. I can perform assessments to gather some additional information about that request. I also have the option to do those exceptions based on a specific policy or even a control objective. And then on the GRC side of things, I could show the effects of that compliance once that exception has been approved. I also have the ability to configure it where if my compliance manager has approved it, then I can go ahead and have like control objectives associated with that policy exception automatically. And this slide is just giving you a step-by-step on configuring on the differences between if I did decide to go down a vulnerability response only configuration of my exception process, what it would look like, and then if I went under my GRC side of things as well. So exception rules. This actually has been introduced, I want to say in, was it Quebec? If it wasn't Quebec, it was Paris. And within my exception rules, this is going to allow a new vulnerability group to be created. I have notifications that are sent, and this only works with like if I don't have GRC. So if I'm just using vulnerability response alone. All right, vulnerability response and change management. They work better together. I agree. So this slide, I want to say, go ahead and bookmark this slide because it's going to list all of the things. We're going to go into detail about each of these, but this is what I want you to focus on. These are all of the things that you can leverage. So you can create change requests to remediate those vulnerability groups. You can associate a vulnerability group to a existing change request that's already there. I can split a group, and then I also could do my state sync as well. So it's just minimizing your time to find the information that you need. So first one is creating a change request. Everyone familiar with change requests? Yes, no's? I would think so, because everyone said they've been using the platform for a while. All right, awesome. So one of the things that we can do, let's go find another vulnerability group. Let's see if we can use this one. So baseline, we have the option to leverage the create change. And from here, it's going to ask me what my change type is. So I can go ahead and I could use normal, which is just going to follow a regular change management process. I can go ahead and choose standard, which is kind of just like an informational. And then, of course, emergency. And this one is just to resolve something like I need this to go ahead and get done. So if I were to select normal, all of my change request preview information, all of this information is already pre-filled from those fields through that integration. It's saying, all right, we have done the heavy lifting. You don't have to type in this information for this change request in regards to this vulnerability group, because now we've done that for you. So I'm going to create this change. Come on. It's lagging a little bit today. All right, there we go. So we can see the change request that's associated with it. As you can see, it's going to go ahead and go through that process. All of the information about that vulnerability group is already, that information was pulled and it's already listed here. We go back into the actual vulnerability group and we scroll down to the bottom. This is where we are going to see the change request that is associated to this particular vulnerability group, and we could always open up this change request and see more details about it. Let's see what else. All right, creating a change based on conditions. So let's go back into those groups and let's do one of those. All right, this has 18 vulnerable items. All right, we can work with this one. So we're gonna create a change. And within this change, it's saying, all right, do I want to create a change that applies to all of my vulnerable items in this group? Well, no, not really. So let's actually see how we can go ahead and create this. Darn it, I didn't mean to come all the way back out. Was it this one? I think so. All right, we have one that says open. Everything else is closed. All right, so when you are using that option to go ahead and create a change based on conditions, you can do it based off of so many different things. I may say, you know what, I want this particular vulnerable item to be removed from this group and move into a separate group because everything else in this group has been closed. So I can do something where I create a condition that says, all right, I want this particular configuration item, but I don't know if there are other vulnerable items that are connected to that. So that may not be an option. Or I could say, I want my condition to be status open, or remediation status is in flight. Do we have anything else in flight? Let's use that one. So I am going to create a change. What did I say? Remediation status was in flight, right? And I am going to put a set of conditions. So we said remediation status is in flight. And based on that, out of those 18 vulnerable items that already exist in this group, there's one vulnerable item that matches. I could select my preview item. It's going to open up in a new tab. It's just going to show me this one item, but we already know what it is. So I can say yes. So what's going to happen now is it's going to go ahead and create a change request. Oh, really? Wouldn't let me be great. Was this the same one? No. Let's see. Create change. Let's see. Let's pick this one. All right, deferred. State as deferred. Let's try that. State as deferred. And I'm not looking at who has what roles. So I'm seeing that. Let's see if we can do this sometimes. Okay, so I want to make sure that I need somebody part of endpoint security. This is demo data. Darn it. All right, let's see. And I didn't look at my conditions. Okay, but I think everybody at this point gets what's going on here. So when I am creating changes based on conditions, a matter of fact, let me do this. I don't even need one that needs to be valid. Let's just pick something like risk score is 75 or is greater than. Let's go with that. All right. So now I want to create this change. And no, because of the roles. All right, so I have some role conflicts going on here that I actually don't want to have to peep into with Becky Bianchi, or even endpoint security or Windows Server support. But if I did, I can split the group. So that's the next one that we were actually going to talk about as well, is the ability for me to just split my groups. Let me look for something that's open. All right, so let's see. So I also have the option to split a group, but it's not gonna, that split group, and I'm happy this actually happened on this one. So as Tanya stated, if you notice, that split group button didn't appear here, but it was on all of the other ones that we just took a look at. If your vulnerability group only has one vulnerable item, it's not gonna give me the option to go ahead and split. So I am actually going to show matching and see if this is gonna give me what I want. All right, so we have 2 items in this group. So I can go ahead and do a split group here, and I can do the same thing where I'm setting a specific conditions that says, all right, I want to go ahead and create an additional group, and I can split this group from here. And as you can see, we didn't have any role issues. And it now created a new vulnerability group. We can see who this vulnerability group is, and I can see that this vulnerable item now belongs in this particular group, but it also still belongs to that previous group as well. When I go back, and I am going to show matching, and let's pick another one. Let's go with under investigation. Let's see how much vulnerable items. So we have them are closed. One says deferred. All right, perfect. So I want to go ahead and I want to create a change request because we don't have any that are listed here. So I'm going to create this change. And we can see that one now exists for this particular group once it loads. you also have the ability, let's go back to this group, to add existing change requests to groups already. Now, this typically only works, so here, if this is an in review, that add is not going to appear there for you. So now I can select my add under that change request tab, and if I have a change request already, I can go ahead and I can also add my CIs to that change request as well. So I could say, yeah, and then submit. So now this particular vulnerability group, instead of having one change request, have two change requests that are associated with it because I manually added one. Let's go back in, and I think I found a solution to show you what we were working with before. So let me go in my assignment groups and let's do vulnerability. All right, so this one was awaiting implementation, and we have 9 vulnerable items. They're all closed. Great. So let's look for the ones that said target missed. So I am going to go ahead and split this group, and I can go ahead and split this group here based on, say, those targets that I've missed. And again, it's going to go ahead and create those groups. And this is another example of where my vulnerable item one vulnerable item could belong to multiple different groups. All right, so I want to make sure that we covered everything. Yes, we talked about this, and also splitting our groups. State synchronization. So the ability for us to see, to open up this group, we have 10 vulnerable items. Their states say closed and in review, but this one says awaiting implementation. And what this allows us to do is also the states on a change and the states on that vulnerability group is by a default system property. And that state synchronization is what allows us to see that. It also is going to work anytime a change is created for that vulnerability group. When I also add an existing change and having those go through each of the different vulnerability group states in conjunction with my change request group states as well. The next few slides, I want to say these slides are not going to be on the exam. They are more or less giving you an idea of the behind the scenes. So what are the tables that show that relationship between each? What are the properties that are associated with that as well? So I want to say system properties like your low threshold, high threshold. You know, if you have more vulnerable items that are low threshold count, then those CIs will not be provided on the change. So those slides are just kind of going over, they're more technical, but they're just kind of like great to know information. Again, not going to be on the exam. All right, Flow Designer, on a scale of 1 to 5, how versed are we with Flow Designer? Scale of 1 to 5 in the chat, tell me. All right, I don't have any zeros or ones. All right, so that means that everyone knows what Flow Designer is, kind of have a general idea of how Flow Designer works. So we don't have a lot of slides in this module about Flow Designer. We just, it's kind of listed for you some of the things that they want to keep in mind in regards to as best practices. But we are going to navigate to Flow Designer, and we know that it opens up in another window. And while this loads, I also want to share with you a resource that I find is super helpful. Is everyone familiar with Now Learning? Green check CS, red X says no. How do we feel about Now Learning? All right, perfect. Okay, so at least 40% of you say, yeah, you're good with now learning. So we actually have two things that I want to share with you here. For those of you who said, oh, thanks. For those of you who said that you are still kind of new to now learning, I mean, Flow Designer, sorry. We have some free courses that you can actually take on Flow Designer. So they are going to move at your own pace. And I think they're in the process of updating some of these. But for designer overview, I want the one that's free, not the one that costs anything. So we have two. I want to say this one, create subflows and actions, and then also create a flow. Let's open that one in the new tab. Did it block me? I think it did. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and drop this link in the chat for the one that allows us to create subflows and actions. So it's 5 hours, it's on demand, it's super helpful, especially when it comes to automation and just being familiar with it. But we also have some security flows labs that kind of get you for both security and vulnerability that are outside of this. And they were presented to us, I think, during Knowledge last year and this year. So I'm going to filter this out to security, but there's two that I want to highlight specifically once they load. All right, I think it was improve security with vulnerability management was the one I wanted to show you. And I had a Flow Designer lab associated with it, which is different from what we're about to do. It didn't retire yet, so don't worry. But you're able to see when we talk about creating user groups and remediation targets, one of the things that you can go ahead and leverage, and it's going to walk you through a lecture and a demo. I find this one to be super useful. So I'm going to go ahead and post this in the chat as well. But as we get into, let's go into Flow Designer. For security operations, we have quite a few that have been baseline. We don't have anything for vulnerability yet. Let me see if we've added anything within the past, because I think we just had it released. Nope, nothing. Okay. So right now, we don't, but we do have some options for security operations spokes, security incident response as well. I know this isn't that class, but just good to know information. And within that, in your lab, you are going to be creating a flow that is going to work with some automation. And this is my application, and let's go ahead and select submit. And with flows, we all know that we need a trigger. So every flow is going to need a trigger. Your triggers could either be record-based, they can be date or schedule-based, or application-based. And as you're creating them, say I wanted to go ahead and create a flow. So anytime I want to go ahead and work on my approvals process. So I am creating a approval process, wasn't fond of the one that we had baseline. Then I can go ahead and say, you know what, I want to create a trigger. So anytime a record has been created or updated, let's go with that. And let's go with something off of my vulnerability group. All right, so let's go with our vulnerability group, and let's go ahead and say add some conditions, kicks and giggles. The best one, active is true. I just see that time and time again and chuckle. And then we also could pick something like we're gonna create this every time a risk score, let's say, is greater than 50. Let's go with that. And let's say risk rating. So risk rating is one of, and then let's choose like these three. And select it. All right, so now we have our trigger. And we know that after we've created our trigger, this is where we can go ahead and create our actions. And our actions are us telling the system exactly what it is that we want it to go ahead and do. And I could say, you know what, I want it to ask for an approval. So one of the things that I actually like working with Flow Designer for is, what if I'm still kind of fairly new and I'm not like 100% sure, I think this is what I want it to do? If you look really closely, it's small, but there's an eye here. And if you select that eye or hover over it, it's going to give you kind of like a little synopsis that says, oh, if you select this and you ask for approvals, asking for approvals does this specific task. So I want to say, all right, I think this is what I want. And within me asking for approval, now I have the option. My next thing, mandatory, is a record. So you have two options when you're choosing this. I can use my data pill column towards the right-hand side of the screen, and I can actually just grab a record. And I want to say sometimes this is where it gets tricky for people. And they try to grab, let's say, vulnerability group table. They think that that's what it is. And it will tell you if something doesn't belong. And your record right here is usually an indication like, oh, this is what I should grab. Great. If not, you also have the option to go ahead and do some dot walking. So within my dot walking, again, using those series of reference fields, this is where I'm now able to say, all right, I want it to be my vulnerability group record, and I've now searched for that. So rules, let's say approve, let's say anyone approves. And, or I can choose like a specific user, or for kicks and giggles, let's add a group. Yeah, done. Now, after I've asked for my approval, let's talk about some other options. I can use a flow logic. So flow logics are where I start to see my if-and statements. So if I have this one action completed, then I want these specific things to happen. Else is going to be if this has been approved, then I want else this to send an email to the system. I also have do the following in parallel. I see this one used quite often. So if I want two actions to happen simultaneously with each other, I can leverage that function. Now, one of the things that I want to say about workflows is we are not getting rid of our workflows, but we are moving or encouraging our customers to leverage Flow Designer, because that's where we're adding all of our net new functionality. So all of our bells and whistles, the latest and greatest, is going to be added to Flow Designer. Well, what if your organization, your customer that you've been working with has been using workflows, but now they want to use Flow Designer? You cannot migrate at this point in time a workflow into a flow, unfortunately. But what we have done is we've given you the capability to call upon a workflow. So I've now created my flow. I've added whatever new actions that I wanted to include or task, and then I can actually call a workflow and then say I want to look for my vulnerable item state approval. And then I can go ahead and I could drag a record, or let's say, let's go with this. And then from here, I could select done. Now that I am finished, I want to go ahead and save. I highly suggest as you work through these, they're not like Word documents where they auto-save as you work. Something could go wrong, your page refreshes and you lose your like cold flow. This has happened to me personally and people that I know. So I highly suggest, as I complete one action now, I just have the habit of saving, highly suggest that. And as you've completed your flow, you have two options here that I think are super helpful. I have test, because I want to see, is this flow actually going to work the way that I want it to work? Is it going to do the things that I want it to do? We're probably going to get an error, but let's just pick something, because I just made up stuff as we did this. which is a good idea to see, oh, if I get an error, I can drill down and see where things went wrong. All right, so my test, it's waiting for approval. Oh, that's right, we did ask for approval. So now I have my execution. And within my execution, I can drill down into this vulnerability group and I can see, let's open up this record, and I picked one that was closed. Great. But I can also see the vulnerable items that are associated with this, and then it doesn't really give me an option for me to approve because it's closed. But you kind of get a gist of what that looks like. And if I go back into my home, I can also go into my executions and I can see here, this is my flow. I can see that it's executed and the state that it's in. It's still waiting for that approval. Go back, my test worked exactly the way that I want it to work. Now I can go ahead and activate this flow and make it available for me to use. So in your next lab, you are going to create a vulnerability exception flow. And this is a big part of the automation that we talked about. So this is going to take you about 35 minutes to complete, and it's also time for our last break of the day. So I'm going to go ahead and put 15 minutes up. So we're going to go ahead and break first, and then we'll complete our lab. Anyone have any questions for me? All right. You can pop an NQ in the chat and then also a thumbs up to say no questions, I'm good to go. And this is going to be on page 191 in your textbook. All right, good luck everyone. See you back here shortly. Is a lot shorter than what we've been going through, and it's on data visualization, dashboards and reporting and performance analytics. So if you've taken any other ServiceNow fundamentals class, you know there's always a component of that that's going to cover data visualization and reports. Because for each application, there are going to be baseline reports that are off of specific tables. There's also dashboards that are associated with each of those applications as well. And those are some of the things that we're just going to kind of review. For the exam, I would say go ahead and bookmark this page, and because it is going to cover what are some of the main roles. They fall into 3 different buckets, or personas, I should say, that are associated with running reports. Who are these people? So you have your analyst. This is the person that needs those up to the minute views. You also have your managers. They're now looking for time period views. So they're trying to see what has happened in terms of remediation status within the past 7 days or 30 days. And then you have your CIO, and this person, it usually needs high-level overviews. They want to see that health of the organization. How are we doing? Are we getting better? Are we getting worse? Leveraging some indicators in place as well. So baseline options. When we go into the platform, a little trick. If you type in overview, make sure you spell it correctly. All right, so when we type in overview for application a vulnerability response, we have 2 dashboards that you're able to leverage information. And dashboards are one part of the platform that we've said, all right, we're going to create these based on what we found a lot of organizations are looking for in terms of information. And what we find is going to give you the best value. So application vulnerability response has 2, and then under infrastructure vulnerability response, we have 3 different dashboards, and they all are going to offer different types of information as well. So your slide is highlighting 2, but we've made some changes where we've added some additional ones recently. And we don't have, I guess we don't have any performance analytics packs installed in the student instances because I'm not seeing any data. A little bit, but not quite. Once you do have your performance analytics installed, whether it's light or whether you just have basic, you're going to be able to see some of the data that we don't have displayed there. But when we talk about performance analytics, it looks a little bit different from reporting because reporting is when we just get that information that's just going to give us a snapshot in time where we are now. Versus I found that performance analytics lets us see where we're going, how we got there. It's a little bit more measurable in that sense. We are just basically looking for different types of information, how we're able to see that information. We're also able to use metrics and indicators to just give us a different gauge of what we're looking for. But I want to say, all in mighty, my reports still give me great data or a visual of some of the data that I may be looking for. So under the reports application, I have view and run, which is going to give me my baseline stuff. So let's look for, we have some reports, and then we also have some tables. Let's see, let's go with this one. All right, so vulnerabilities by CWE. Let's see what kind of report this one is. And I found reports. You can go ahead and you can make changes. So if I've decided, you know what, I want to go back into the type. I don't like this as a horizontal bar. I want to change it to a histogram. I can go ahead and switch that around and select run. Or I could say, you know what, I want it to be Pareto. And we have, I want to say, over 25 different types of reports that you can run as well. Then I can go into configure. I can kind of make some tweaks as I see fit. And then I also could now save this report because I've made changes. And I have a few options in terms of sharing. So I can share it to specific users and groups. I can schedule, which is probably one of my favorite functions, that set it and forget it. So if I know I need to have a team meeting and we need to discuss vulnerabilities and remediation, I may go ahead and identify the users and groups and then just have this report automatically sent to anyone instead of having to physically or manually come and run it. I can also add it to dashboards or homepages, and then I can export it to a PDF. I can generate now, send as an email. So you have a few options. With the add to dashboard or homepage, you would need to make sure that you have your performance analytics installed in order to get it into your dashboard. And in homepages, do we have any vulnerability homepages? Oh, not really. But let's just use CISO overview. So I want to go ahead and drop this here. Come on. All right, so now this is my CISO overview homepage. As you can see, I've now added this report here. And with your home pages, you can set them to whatever homepage. Anytime someone logs in, this is what they're able to see. Some supplemental options. We talked about the difference between reporting and performance analytics, what it looks like. You always have the ability to create custom reports. What if there is not a report in view and run a based on report of what you're looking for? You can always use a create new function. So I can create a report from scratch, identify the table that I want to create this report from, or you can also use shortcuts. So if I go back to, say, for example, my vulnerable item table, as a matter of fact, let's go to our application vulnerable item table. And I wanted to run a report on my remediation status. I can go ahead and right click and select, let's go with bar chart. And now it's going to give me a shortcut, and it's now run a report on all of the different types of remediation status that I have. And then I can go ahead and tweak it. I can change my type, add my group by if I wanted to add display labels, or if I wanted to stack it by something. This is where I can go ahead and start to tweak it. I would say go ahead and bookmark this page because it's going to go ahead and highlight some of the tables that we've seen a lot of customers use in regards to reports. I would say go ahead and bookmark this page because it also is going to identify for you the different types of performance analytics roles which come into play when you install the PA plugin and you go ahead and you start to work within those dashboards and make changes, and you're sharing it, and you want to make sure everyone that has access to this dashboard has the correct roles that are associated with it. All right, our last lab of the day. So in this lab, you are going to create new reports from recommended dashboards, and then you're going to create a new dashboard and populate it with your new reports. This lab should take you about 30 minutes to complete. Any questions for me? Put NQ in the chat if you don't have any questions, and we are good to go with this last lab. In the chat and Q. When we come back from this lab, we're going to just do a quick review, some of those questions like what we did before to cover our modules 4 and 5, and then we're going to move into our capstone project. This lab is on page 225 in your text. All right, good luck, everyone. Let me go and see if I have an updated blueprint document. I have a blueprint document of the weights in each section and what to study. It is not the most updated one in terms of release name, but I can tell you that nothing's changed, and I'll share that with you for sure. Does that work, Raj?
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Screen checks yes. Redux says no if we're still working. How are we with the lab? Did anyone have any questions about data visualization? Okay, and that actually concludes the end of this module. So let's do a review. We did module 3, so we can go through module 4. All right. Drop your answers in the chat like we did before. So automating vulnerability response, from which records can the request exception option be initiated? Go ahead and tell me in the chat. Is it A, vulnerability group, vulnerability entry, vulnerable item, or vulnerable task? All right, so it's 2 options. It's going to be from both the vulnerability group and vulnerable item. Nice. If a vulnerability group is closed, can it be reopened? True or false? True, that is true. And data visualization, what performance analytics rules can be used in vulnerability response? PA admin, PA viewer, power user, data collector, threshold admin, or target admin? I also have some private messages so I can see A, B, and C is the consensus. You guys are spot on there, but that slide that I told you to go ahead and bookmark, you're also going to see that data collector, threshold admin, and target admin are also some performance analytics rules. Which of the statements are true about performance analytics? So can we report on indicators, thresholds, provide forecasting data, or is PA good used for process improvement, or can PA report on targets? All right, I'm seeing a combination of answers, and it's actually all. Sweet, somebody messaged all to me as well. Right, and then there was that slide that we talked about. What are the tables that we commonly use for reporting? Is it A, vulnerable calculator rule, vulnerability group exploit, vulnerable item, CVEs, or QIDs? All right, so typically, the ones that I think these were on the slide as well. The other ones can be used, but these are the more popular ones that you're going to see reports generated off of. All right, so now we are going to move into our capstone project. Let's talk about that. So within your capstone project, before we get into that, does everyone have a PDI? Yes, no's, a developer's instance? Thumbs up. You need to wake it up. All right. Is there any no's here? And then I could tell you where to go to get one. All right, perfect. So what I would say is go into your PDI, go ahead and install your vulnerability response plugin. I would also do the security support common plugin as well. And I think you would be good with those two for the most part in terms of working with setup assistant. So your capstone project is in essence your setup assistant. It is something that you can go ahead and do at your own pace, but you are going to complete the tasks, and those tasks are going to be synonymous with a streamlined implementation. What are all of the different things that you would need to configure? And we saw what that looks like. So in your text, it's going to walk you through all of these different tasks and completing them. And that would be our capstone project. All right. So let us transition into our conclusion. All right, so congratulations, everyone. You have successfully completed vulnerability response implementation. So we covered a lot of information over the past 2 days. Yay! And with that, it's kind of like, well, what's next? This class does offer a certification exam, and we have a request to talk about the blueprint. So within our blueprint, what this document is, let me go ahead and pull it up. So it's just gonna go over some tips and tricks, kind of what to expect with the exam, what are some of the prerequisites, what are some of the other recommended things that we take. There is in Now Learning a CIS vulnerability response certification test prep. That's also something that you can do. And they just say 3 to 6 months experience, but the exam scope is what I typically look for when I'm looking at my blueprint. So it's going to highlight for you each module of this course and how it's weighted. So module 1 is 10%. Module number 2 is going to be 30% of the exam. Scroll down, modules 3 and 4 are going to be 25%, and then module 5 is 10% of the exam. It also is going to include how you can go ahead and register for the exam. You can go ahead and do you don't have to go to a testing center. You can actually take this test at home now. You will need a camera because it does need specific views. So you can't use your internal camera. You need to use an external camera, just a FYI. And the exam is still 60 questions, all multiple choice. It's either going to be a single answer or select multiple answers that apply. And then we also include some of the sample questions of what it would look like as well. So what's next? If you haven't taken security incident response implementation, that's another class that we offer in our suite. We took a look at Now Learning earlier, and everyone has a developer's portal. In that portal, we also have some free learning paths. If you haven't leveraged those already, they're great resources. Your customer success center. So I really love this because we have so many different resources, but they're like all over, and your customer success center is going to give you everything in one location. So I'm able to view my community, product docs, Now Learning, the developers portal, everything in one location. We also have our podcasts. Our podcasts are going to be audios of different topics, experts talking about different things in the platform. We also have our SNUGs, which are ServiceNow user groups. So they talk about best practices, our newest products and solutions, and they are virtual as well. All right, surveys. Everyone should have received a link to a survey this morning from training@servicenow.com. Surveys are super important to us. So I'm going to give you about 3 minutes to go ahead and fill out that survey. Did everyone get that email? Yes, no. Thumbs up. Right. I am going to send you an email with your blueprint, tips and tricks, things that I think that you need to get ready for your exam. Please do fill out that survey so that you can receive that email. Your satisfaction is really important to us. Feedback is important. Again, it's going to ask you questions about me as an instructor. Did I facilitate the information well to you? Did I answer all of your questions? Did you find value in this class? And then it's also going to ask you questions about our curriculum and questions about our technical environment. So I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes up on the clock for you to complete this now. And I'll see you back here shortly. All right, thank you to those of you who have filled out their survey already. If you haven't or you're still in the process, please continue to do so. But I want to say thank you, everyone, for your time. I hope this class was beneficial and good luck on your journey.
Thank you so much, Somalia.
All right, you're welcome. Take care.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Bartos, take care. All right, Tanya, take care. Have a great weekend.
Thank you too.
All right, Jivan, take care. Get some rest. I know it's late. Get some rest.